Okay, we're ready to begin the study session, and we've had a little bit of up and down as far as public comment is concerned, because at first we were going to try to put the school discussion beforehand, but I've had several of you comment that you had made special attempt to be here, that there might be some children involved, and that you wanted to speak before we go to the school session. So I'm going to ask you to start with that, and I'm going to start with Tim Tyndall. Let me see if there's anything else I've got going on here. No. Tim Tyndall, would you please come up to the microphone?
And could I ask folks if you would say your full name, spell your last name, and give your address, please?
This working?
Yeah. And everybody, please hold your mouth close to the microphone so it picks up good. Thank you.
My name is Timothy Tyndall. I live on Reed Street, District 1. What was the other?
Spell your last name.
Tindle. Thank you. I moved into Wheat Ridge 15 years ago. I'm born and raised Colorado guy. Grew up in Inglewood. And growing up in Inglewood, saw a lot of similar things that we have going on here with our contention. Wheat Ridge is great. It always has been. There's a small town appeal that we all love and that we want to keep. And I want to remind people of the history that went on down in Denver. In the 1980s, they were going to tear down Union Station completely. They took two of the main wings off. But if we didn't save that, we wouldn't have one of the greatest things in the whole country right now. I am personally a dad. I have a new baby on the way. I have a 2-year-old. It's crucial for me to be able to safely go down 38th. It's crucial for me to be able to take that left in the middle lane without having to worry and merge. It's crucial to me to be able to walk to sunrise, sunset, walk to the grocery store, be able to push a stroller and pass a wheelchair if that need be. We need to be able to walk in our town to support our businesses. We need to be able to ride our bikes in this town. If you don't have a bike, that's cool. But most people with bikes drive cars. We fill up our gas tanks at the gas station. We get our tires here. We do everything that folks with, so it's not a either or. You either ride a bike or you don't. I'm also looking for a community space where we can actually see these faces besides the what's called an egghead avatar, which is just you're not even a person on Facebook. You're just interacting with someone who is conflicting with you. And it's really important for us to be able to have a community space where we can get together, see each other. If we disagree, great, but we can still say hello as neighbors. What have we gained? We have a lot of great new businesses. Everywhere I go in town, I'm a business owner. I'm a special interest. My special interest is my family and my business. I do operate it out of my house. Mostly what I do is I ride a pedicab downtown. A lot of folks talk about Colorado Plus. Oh, great, Right Coast Pizza. We swing by there forever nearby. Those are just a couple of examples. The thing that also I think, even though it's not always constructive, one of the most important things that we've gotten out of this 38th Avenue discussion is the fact that we've opened a community dialogue. We can see that we all love and really, really, really are compassionate about Wheat Ridge. Here's the fact. We really need to come to a real understanding that we all want the same thing. What we all want is a safe street, access to the businesses, and an environment where these businesses can grow. If we don't provide that, and I'm talking about the whole range of street,
Your
If we don't
time is
provide
up.
that, we're going to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Gretchen, I'm going to ask some of you to try to confine to 3 minutes, just kind of help us out because we've got quite a few. Gretchen Cerveny. Your timing? Just a minute. Okay.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Cerveny, Cerveny, and my husband and I moved to Moore Street in January 1959. One, I want to thank you that you do hear us during study sessions. I didn't do that when I was mayor. I gave my memo out on the process to Janelle, and hopefully last study session. I thought the process was excellent, but many of the participants from the first meeting didn't come back to the other meeting. And the third meeting, I think there were 64 people. The people on my table had not been to another meeting. So that's why I was saying I'm not sure that all that is valid. 38th was the downtown for Wheatridge for years. Wheatridge High School was over where the bicycle shop is. They had Reed Street Stadium where they played the football games, and Lakewood was their big rival. The post office, people who were here for long ago, post office was there was a grocery store there, and evidently a small department store there. And somewhere in there, the post office was moved to Pierce Street. Then Wheatridge built a town center where Big Lots is now, when all that went in. But there were a lot more stores. That's why they moved the post office there, so it would bring people there. And you may be aware that we have a town center park over there. Arvada created Old Time using urban renewal. Urban renewal was the main organization that was able to make the difference in Arvada. And to have the library, which I know some people wanted, Arvada gave $1 million to get the library down there. Belmar, it's busy on Sunday when their farmer market is there. And the rec center was on the ballot twice. So is this telling me I have to stop?
No, you have 45 seconds left.
Oh, okay. It was the second time on the ballot. The second time there had been a committee who decided, council bought the land and decided what they wanted in the rec center. And then those people are the ones that worked very hard when it was on the ballot, because it passed the year I was elected in 1997. But it's a lot of work. You may want to rethink if you want to put something on this year. One, where are the 80 people who can help get this passed? And two, if you look at the ballot this fall, you start with the medical care for everyone, and many people who are involved say they're going to say no and go no, 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 all down the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Potter, followed by Vivian. Diane Potter. Do I see Vivian? No, there she is.
My name is Diane Potter, Potter. I live on 3395 Newland Street. I am here tonight because I'm retired. And I know you're wondering what that has to do with anything. But the fact that I'm retired gives me the time and energy to come to these meetings. My husband is 69. He's working. For him to come on a Monday night to a meeting is out of the question. My son and daughter-in-law, who live over on 42nd and Teller, have full-time jobs and two school-age children. Coming to these meetings, not an option. My friend that live over on 44th and Jellison are in their middle 60s and they're working full-time jobs. They don't have the luxury of coming to this meeting. But what these people did, instead of coming to meetings, is, as good citizens, is they voted. What they did was voted, as did 7,301 residents who voted no on 2B. So I am here tonight because I can be here to represent those people who voted no and are unable to attend city council meetings. Someone needs to explain to me, I'm not a political person, somebody needs to explain to me and to these 7,300 people that voted no, why we're even having this conversation. Why there's even a create your 38th. Yesterday, I started to doubt my reality, and I looked up what 2B says, and it says, shall a street width for 38th Avenue between Upham Street and Marshall Street be established by City Council in order to implement the vision of the 38th Avenue corridor plan to revitalize the 38th Avenue corridor between Upham Street and Marshall, and Main Street business to include wider pedestrian sidewalks, amenity sidewalks, landscaping, seating areas, on-street parking, public art, and other things. And we voted no. So when I attended the second Create 38th meeting, because I was out of town and I really didn't think the first meeting was a big deal because I had voted no and no had passed. And so when I went to the second meeting, I was told that the 4-lane boat had sailed. But 7,301 of us had voted no. I don't get it. Did that mean nothing? Are we not a democracy where people vote and the majority win? If 3B had won, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you. I'd be complaining to my husband about the traffic on 38th. And let me tell you, if you want to know about the traffic on 38th, I know it because I am driving that street all the time. And one of the times I'm driving that street is 8 o'clock in the morning and I'm going west on Sheridan. And let me tell you, I see some really interesting things. And the one thing that I saw that was really scary was a little red sports car. Gotta love those little red sports cars.
Time is up. Your time is up.
No? Okay. So anyway, I guess I'm asking you to do what you said you're going to do for the 7,301 people that voted no. Figure out something else to do to revitalize the downtown Wheat Ridge area. Thank you. Sorry, I tried.
Thanks, Diane. Vivian Voss, followed by Diane. Rob.
Good evening. Vivian Voss, 6920 West 47th Place. I attended both sessions of the presentation by city staff to the business property owners along 38th Avenue. I was impressed by the presentation because there were 10 minutes of talk by the staff and then the rest of the time was open to the citizens. Such a concept we have hardly seen. The attendance was higher than I thought it would be, and I was very glad for those who managed to come were given time to speak. Members of City Council were there and heard the same thoughtful conversation about traffic and management of traffic, emission pollution concerns as cars bunch together on the narrow street and idle. Sometimes I'm sure they idle right in front of the school where the young bodies are affected by high pollution. We also heard about accidents at a count of 74 by one business owner. And the majority of the voices wanted clarification on cost and voting on 38th Avenue plan and also 4 lanes. The afternoon session was less attended and seemed to be more contentious than the morning session. I left at 7 p.m. to attend the first DIRT task force meeting, which was good, but I'll save that for another time. My thought to you all is this. People very much want the 4 lanes. Yes, there was citizen input at 4 meetings, and the 3 lanes is being presented. But 64 people who voted for Plan A or B voted 70% for Plan A, which was deconstruct and move the curb and gutter. 70% of 64 voters is roughly 44 votes. This vote, as it is called, does not represent the citizens of Wheat Ridge, especially when you take into account the percentage of citizens who voted no in 2014 on street narrowing, which sadly was ignored. Tonight, I urge you as council to reconsider and bring forward a vote that is equal to the demand for more than one option for us to vote on. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. And Diane Robb, followed by Kim Gainless, I guess.
Hi, I'm Diane Robb, ROBB, 7003 West 35th Avenue. I want to thank City Council for the Create 38 experience. Myself, my husband, and my mother-in-law, all residents of Wheat Ridge, attended all 3 meetings, plus the informational meeting. I'm speaking for all 3 of us. Create 38. What an exciting process. The first meeting, we were presented with a blank slate. Let's brainstorm to see what we would love to see in our city if we had no limitations. The ideas were free-flowing and fun and created wonderful interactions between citizens that hadn't previously met. The room was overflowing with participants that normally aren't vocal, but are true stakeholders in our community. Listening to them that night was refreshing and exciting, bringing forth numerous ideas and a wonderful fresh energy to our beautiful city. The second meeting was bringing some of these ideas into realities. Then the third meeting brought it all together with estimated budgets and possible revenue streams to pay for it. This was a governmental process that was extremely successful. The mission was accomplished. Together, creating a community-created urban design plan for 38th Avenue. We must all recognize that the demographics of Wheat Ridge are changing. And yes, these individuals deserve to be listened to just as much as someone as myself that has lived here in this city for over 22 years. Through this process, we have all spoken, and the majority of almost 1,000 stakeholders took part in this process want a main street with 3 lanes. I thank the City Council for providing all the citizens of Wheat Ridge the opportunity to be heard, and I urge City Council to now acknowledge and accept the results of Create 38, making our main street 3 lanes and taking this process to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Kim? There she is. And would you pronounce your last name for me?
Ganellis.
Ganellis.
Kim Ganellis, Ganeles. So my name is Kim Ganellis. I have been a citizen of Wheat Ridge since 2009. I live less than 100 yards from 38th Avenue, so feel free to count me as a concerned resident and a property stakeholder and a working parent who made the time to be here tonight, because this is important. Honestly, as someone who participated in the Create Your 38 sessions, I want to apologize to council on behalf of our citizens for the fact that we are still being forced to slog through this nonsense. 3 lanes or 4 lanes, 3 lanes or 4 lanes, in a process that was open to all Wheat Ridge residents and stakeholders, we overwhelmingly voted to move forward with a 3-lane option. Why are we still discussing this? There are those who want to rehash old election results and continue to crow about 2B being defeated by a huge margin several years ago. This was a ballot measure that, by the way, despite recent propaganda to the contrary, never once mentioned the number of lanes. By the way, it was defeated by approximately 58 to 42%. If only those people who acknowledge that every single 4-lane option brought up at the Create Your 38 meeting was defeated by a larger margin than that, much larger in some cases, we wouldn't be forced to be here today. I know I'm not the only one who is frustrated and tired of the constant obstruction to progress here. I'd like to address the staunch 4-laners here for a moment. You claim that you're also for safety and walkability and gathering spaces, but yet you cling to a 4-lane model. Let me ask you this then. To achieve the overwhelmingly favored vision of safe 8-foot sidewalks, welcoming 4-foot amenity zones, and compromised 5-foot bike lanes, yet to restripe 38th to a 4-lane configuration, you would be asked to give up 12 feet of your private property. How many of you property owners are welcome to that? How many of you are willing to do that? 12 feet. Remember that your on-street parking would likely disappear. That is what it would take to change 38th to a 4-lane design. My father was visiting town last week. He's a small business owner. He has a shop on a main street very similar to the one we're trying to create. He's done business there for over 20 years, so he is somewhat of an expert. As we drove down 38th Avenue the other day, I gave him the quickie rundown of what seems to be our defining drama, 2 capital Ds. He was absolutely flabbergasted that there was any opposition at all, much less that a few business owners were the ones leading the charge against improvements, just a few. Even an outsider can see that if you're doing right in your business to begin with, you only stand to benefit from this in the long term. It's a well-known cliche that when it comes to setting up shop, location, location, location. These days, staking a claim on prime Main Street real estate in any town is a pipe dream. Your city is offering to bring that dream to you.
Your time is up.
Why fight it on principle? So in conclusion, we live in one of the hottest areas in the metro area, and I urge, if we want to continue to stay hot, that we continue moving forward with our Main Street district as a destination to come to, not a road to drive through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kim. Dina Stetlick? No, yeah, followed by Richard Bronson.
Dina Svetlik, S-W-E-T-L-I-K, live on Newland Street in District 1. Good evening. The most recent Main Street process resulted in what Council had wanted when approving the funds for the process nearly a year ago. A great participation level, nearly 1,000 participants. You usually don't get that type of participation until something is about to start construction. So great job, what a win. Some other wins. It's great to read that the sales tax revenues are up along 38th, nearly 36% increase from 2011 to 2014 from previous staff reporting. It's also great to see that the average speed of vehicular travel has gone down since 2012. Yet more work needs to be done. The community's regulating documents, beginning with the comprehensive plan, identifies a short portion of 38th Avenue as Main Street. A 29-member stakeholder committee that included business owners and property owners and the public identified the framework to create a Main Street in the 2011 corridor plan. Still yet, it is difficult for folks to, quote, look closer, the tagline established for 38th Avenue, as the speed of vehicular traffic does not support easy observation of adjacent businesses from a car. The lack of a safe pedestrian network makes it difficult for pedestrians to linger and look closer. As I can attest, I often find myself focusing on whether a car is going to jump the curb and hit me as I'm walking literally less than 2 feet from the moving traffic, or watching closely to see if a car is going to turn in one of the numerous curb cuts and hit me, rather than focusing on storefronts or recognizing a neighbor as I'm walking down the street. I actually experienced a truck increase its speed as it was coming toward me while trying to cross 38th Avenue this past weekend, as if it was trying to say, you don't belong here. Pedestrians should always belong and always need to be strongly accommodated in any main street. I look forward to being able to walk along and cross a safe, inviting, and thriving main street in Wheat Ridge in the future where I can linger and look closer. Best of luck to council on the next steps. I will finish with a quote by Jane Jacobs. Quote, "Streets and their sidewalks, the main public spaces of a city, are its most vital organs," unquote. Let's take great care with our public places in Wheat Ridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Richard Bronson, followed by Kelly Robb. Wait, not Richard. Oh, Raquel. Rachel. Okay.
Rachel Bronson, Bronson, and I live at 3900 Kendall Street. I am a pedestrian, I'm a bicyclist, I own a car, and I drive a car, and I like to shop locally and support Wheat Ridge businesses. Whether by foot, by bike, by bus, or car, I travel on and across 38th Avenue every day, multiple times a day. The revitalization of 38th Avenue is critical to the community and to young homeowners like me and my husband. We love Wheat Ridge and we strongly support the full reconstruction of 38th Avenue into Wheat Ridge's Main Street. We feel this reconstruction will create a Main Street that Wheat Ridge needs and deserves. We look forward to the ways that this project will bring a facelift to 38th Avenue while maintaining Wheat Ridge's unique aesthetic and charm. So thank you to City Council, to Mayor Jay, to Wheat Ridge staff for hosting the Create Your 38 public meetings. I also feel like it was an incredible opportunity. It's so important to engage the community on projects of this size, and this series of events really is evidence of a city asking the citizens what they would like to see on their street. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Luke. Oh, Kelsey Robb, and then followed by Luke Schultz. Kelsey.
Kelsey Robb, ROBB, 7345 West 34th Avenue, the wonderful District 1. I am a longtime resident of this city. I was raised here, and when I decided to buy my own home, I decided to buy here. I decided to invest my money and my time into this city, because this city is an amazing place. Having a main street is important to me. It's important to me that I'm able to invite my friends over that live downtown, so they can come over, see my vegetable garden, see the chickens next door, and be able to walk down the 38th Avenue and visit the local businesses so we can ride our bikes down and do a tour de Ridge, as we call it, and visit all the different bars on 38th. I went to the Create Your 38. I found it to be a very engaging and effective process, and I thank Council for putting that forward. In order to move forward, we need safe sidewalks and bike lanes. I want to feel that when I invite my friends over to have fun in my city that I love, that we're safe in doing that. Now, I've been told that I'm too young to understand this situation as a whole, and apparently 20 years and being my own homeowner doesn't quite make my opinion valid, but I am very heartened by the fact that I see young people here today standing up for what we believe in. As a resident, as a constituent, and as a citizen, I urge City Council to move forward with 3 lanes. It's the best option for Wheat Ridge, it's a safe option, and it makes me proud to bring my friends over and have a wonderful time in this wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Luke Schultz, and then John Genova. Luke.
Luke Schultzbury, SCHULTZ, 5883 West 38th Avenue. I'm a property owner, business owner, resident of Wheat Ridge on 38th Avenue. Also pedestrian, bicyclist, car owner. I find that 38th Avenue definitely needs to be revitalized. It's very important. I've invested a lot of my time, effort, and money, moved my family here. I think it's really vital that we make it a safe place, not just for cars or people walking with bikes, but everybody involved in the area. People who are in wheelchairs also need safe access. Love to see more great businesses come in, and existing businesses thrive. We need a great downtown Main Street area, and I think we have a lot of community members who really want to see that happen, and I think we really should continue with it. So I attended the Create 38, the first 2 meetings. I couldn't make the last one. I thought it was a great process. I think it was really given people a lot of opportunity to do, their design that they wanted to come across. And I think it was a collaborative effort that achieved a goal that most of the population wants to see in the area. I think it's a great city, and I'd like to continue that. So please continue with the 38 vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. And John Genova, followed by Jerry Nealon.
John Genova, Genova, 3430 Otis Street. I want to thank council for listening to the voices of the community. Thank you for the inclusive process, which has engaged the citizens and other stakeholders and have allowed them to express their vision for a vibrant downtown Wheat Ridge. The outcome of the Create Your 38 meetings affirms that the public has a specific core requirements for amenities they desire to be incorporated into the design of their downtown area. And given the geometry constraints, a three-lane configuration is the logical solution. My opinion is positive about the final design solution the Create Your 38 proposes. In meetings like today and in letters to council, I've been consistently advocating my support for this type of transformational multimodal street configuration. I like the slower pace of traffic throughout downtown. It changes the character of the corridor, which reinforces the mindset that this section of our city is not part of an expressway. It sets the foundation for making downtown Wheat Ridge viable for smart redevelopment, adding living spaces, destinations for shopping for goods and services, dining, and continued use as a community gathering space. I would like to say something about the second meeting of the Create Your 38 process. I felt like people felt weighed down by the details. As an engineer, I go through this all the time. You have a brainstorming period, you come up with great ideas, and then you start whittling down the realities of making those visions come to fruition. So the devil's in the details, and people don't want to deal with the details. So I think that's why the third meeting was so poorly attended, because that stuff's really boring. I also want to say briefly about 2B and the measure as it was presented. There was a citizens group that circulated a lot of very negative information about the 2B initiative or referendum. And so it's not really clear about what people didn't like about 2B, because it didn't say anything about 3 lanes versus 4 lanes. What it said was in these flyers, in this negative campaign, was that it was too expensive. Nine blocks is just too much money we're spending on 9 blocks, and we can do better. That's what they said. So it's really unclear what people didn't like about 2B. So we went through this process again. We determined that by the community's input shows that 3 lanes is a popular solution. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Jerry Nealon, followed by Kathleen Martell. Jerry Nealon. Here he goes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jerry Nealon, Nealon. I have a property at 6770 West 38th Avenue in Wheat Ridge, and has been there for a long, long time. I grew up in Wheat Ridge, not far up of 38th Avenue, and my heart's always been in Wheat Ridge, and I want to see it improve. First of all, I just really want to thank City Council, the city itself, for trying to include as many people as possible in decision and planning of 38th Avenue. But now it's time to stand tall, be a leader, and listen to all the information that we got and move forward with a plan on 38th Avenue. In 04, 011 said we needed a downtown area. The 2011 corridor plan recommended 3 lanes. The Create Your 38 meetings all came out to be the same. 73% of the people said 3 lanes, as opposed to 24% of the people wanting 5 lanes. Tax revenues on 38th Avenue, way up above the city norm. There's more activity on the street. Traffic speeds are down. Accidents are down. It's safer for bikes. It's safer for pedestrians. And I know the street does need to move cars, there's no doubt about it, but also it has to be safe for pedestrians, bicycles, children, the elderly, have amenity zones, open spaces, and foster economic success for new and existing businesses. So now, City Council, we have a choice. We can do something great for our city. So not only do something, be proud of it, support it, embrace it, move enthusiastically forward with the plan. So we can either, choose to stand behind, somebody has a business model based on if I have one extra car drive down the lane because there's another lane of traffic going down. They just might happen to see their dream car in my lot of 4 cars. So we can go with that vision, or we can support the thousands of people that support the Create Your 38 and gave their input. The majority of the existing growing businesses on 38th Avenue that actually generate revenue for the city, and the new business that came to 38th Avenue based on the promise of a revitalized corridor and a main street that will foster growth, survive, and move the city forward. So let's move forward, be proud, own it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Kathleen Martell, and then Scott DeYoung.
I'm Kathleen Martell, Martell. I'm in District 1 at 6455 West 31st. First, I'd like to thank City Council for putting together the Create Your 38 process and making that available to us. I did participate in most of the process. I wasn't able to attend the 3rd meeting, not because I'd lost interest, but because I was out of town. One of the overriding things that I got from the 38 process, or the Create Your 38 process, was in participating in those meetings and sitting in small groups with members of my community who I intentionally tried to sit with groups of people I didn't know. And there were many people in the tables I worked with where we had different opinions and we had different priorities and we had different perspectives. And in that opportunity to talk to each other, there were compromises made at the table, there were compromises made in the group, and we came to our presentation for the first meeting that showed people that cared passionately about Wheat Ridge with different ideas were able to come together at a small scale. And I think as the meeting went on and the 3 meetings went on, that grew. And I think that the proposal that the Create Your 38 group is going to be presenting to council tonight is a great example of compromise and community working together to talk about our values and talk to each other and really put something great together. And like I said, there were things that I wanted when the first meeting started that through the voting and through the process aren't in that final proposal. But I know there were things that were very important to other people that made it in. And I think that that's key. And I think that's something we all need to think about. And I know that the history of 38th is varied, and there are people who have strong opinions against moving forward with this Main Street. I just don't understand why. And to repeat a lot of what we've heard tonight, I think that improving that Main Street is going to be only beneficial to business, and I so enjoy my time on 38th and the businesses I support there and bringing my friends from outside Wheat Ridge there, and I just want to see I want to see it become great. And I really ask all of you at City Council to really consider the compromise that's already been made in the presentation that's coming to you. And I really am excited for seeing something great come about. So thank you again for the process and for hearing us.
Thank you, Kathleen. Scott DeYoung, and then Britta Fisher.
So my name is Scott DeYoung. It's D-E-J-O-N-G. I live at 4035 Cody Street. I want to say thank you to the City Council, like many people have said, for doing the Create 38 process. I think that was a wonderful process for getting public input, for giving people the opportunity to go and talk about what they wanted to see on 38th. I attempted to go to the first meeting, and I was very surprised when I was turned away because the place was over capacity and there was no parking. So I ended up actually going and doing a survey. but the process itself seemed to produce a lot of really great results. Personally, I use 38th almost every day. I take my son to preschool. I'm riding on my bike. I also like to walk down there and patronize some of the various businesses that are down there. One of the things for me, I've lived here about 2.5 years. When I lived in Denver, I spent a lot of time walking around the downtown area there. And I came to expect that when I found that Wheat Ridge had a 38th Avenue that was a downtown area, that I'd be able to go and walk around there. And unfortunately, my experience has been quite the opposite. It's been very challenging to get around down there. I'm very glad to see the bike lanes. I use those a lot. I love having those. Unfortunately, those didn't make the cut at the Create 38th process, which is unfortunate, but a compromise that I'm willing to accept, because I'd rather have the wide sidewalks and I'd rather have the amenity zones. I think it's very important in a downtown area to encourage people to linger and to make it easier for them, if they're down in the area for one thing, to go and do something else. That's how business is going to grow. If you're down there at Ryko's Pizza having a pop-up coffee and you want to go over to the farmer's market, you should be able to walk there safely. You should not feel like you're taking your life into your own hands, and you shouldn't have to worry the entire time that your 2-year-old is going to run out into the street or be too close to traffic. So for me, it's very, very important that we keep the 3-lane configuration, and I think it's also very important that we consider, I thought my time was up. I think it's also very important that we look at the Create 38 process and the chance that citizens had to speak, and that we honor their chance to speak and the results that it produced. I'd also like to add that I saw there was some other opportunity around improving the green area, which is right in front of Stevens. And I think that that would be another great thing to do as well for the city. Again, something to welcome people to come downtown and to create an even more welcoming space that will bring more people downtown and bring more people to business. And if we have the amenities and everything else in the Create 38 process, they're going to be able to go and disperse and mingle and see all sorts of fun businesses on 38th. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Britta, and then Ann Brinkman.
Good evening. My name is Britta Fisher. That's Fisher. And I live in District 1 and am here tonight representing Local Works, where I'm the executive director. I wanted to thank Council, the mayor, and all the city staff who worked very hard to have the Create Your 38 process. As someone who works professionally to connect our neighbors and businesses and to see a vibrant and engaged community, it was so heartening. The meeting number 1, which was packed beyond capacity, and 1.5, as people had those discussions at tables with some people they knew and some people they didn't, and talked about values, about how important it was to have safety, to have community, to have economic success, that those are the things that unite us. And yes, some of the details may be a little boring, and some of the details may have some arguments, but it's great to watch people care for our community and care for one another in that process, and I hope that continues. As we go forward to the implementation phase, I would challenge you as our elected leaders to do the same in the implementation that you did in the Create Your 38 process. And that's to engage that community, to be transparent about the factors that are influencing your decision making and the compromises that are struck. Because at a 5% plan where we are right now, there's going to be other realities that you encounter as you look to implementation. Please invite and involve us in that. And since we have our partners at Jefferson County Public Schools here, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for the shared use that we have of the green right on 38th in front of Stevens Elementary. Using that for community events has been a real pivotal thing for our community and a place of identity, as we have had thousands and thousands of people come to enjoy some choice beverages and watch bike racing and celebrate the holidays and all sorts of fun things together. We're very proud at Local Works to partner in the marketing and events of Ridge at 38. And to that end, when you are planning any construction project that impacts so many businesses and property owners along 38th Avenue, I would ask that you think about utilizing the Ridge at 38 Leadership Committee and Marketing Team to work on a marketing plan to promote patronizing businesses during construction.
We know that whatever may be the plan, we need to help rally to those businesses along 38th Avenue. The May 2015 38th Avenue metrics report showed an almost 36% sales tax increase since 2011, and that traffic counts were 17,000 to 18,000. At the 38th Avenue Business and Property meeting, several people were asking what are the current metrics. So I would encourage you to update that. I believe staff's been collecting some of that information and sharing that with the community. Additionally, that same report talks about the challenges of the access points along the corridor, and that we may need some additional information like surveying to find out where those exact lines are, and get some information from that DIRT task force that you've recently charged as well. As you continue forward, please do keep including the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Britta. Ann Brinkman, followed by Raleigh Sorrentino. Okay. Rachel?
Good evening. My name is Rachel Haltine, and I live at 4690 Balsam Street. And I just want to start by thanking Ann for letting me speak. I was a little bit late this evening. And that is a gracious opening to my remarks, because Wheat Ridge to me is all about community. And it was really nice of Ann to offer me her spot. I want to start by just recognizing that everybody who's in this room right now is here for a reason. And those of us who aren't in the really nice chairs are here because we really care a lot about our community. And some of those people over there are paid to be here, but I like to believe they care about our community too. The people who are at this table are here because they've been elected by other people who care about our community. So we share in this room a profound sense of community. And that is what gets me to convince my almost 10-year-old son to come for a third Monday night in a row to come to City Council. He knows his politics. My Mother's Day card said Wheat Ridge Politics Rocks on the back of it. So we keep showing up. And we're here today because in 2014, Wheat Ridge citizens voted down 2B. And Wheat Ridge citizens are smart. There was a lot of information about 2B. Most of it was correct, some of it wasn't. But it wasn't the right thing for our community in 2014. We're here today because last year in 2015, council consensus was to try again. And that was an overwhelming consensus of council. And so our city council took that banner and started moving forward again and engaged another consultant and opened the doors again to our community. When we have so many people who come to the first session that they have to turn people away for fire code in the largest gathering space in our city, I think we have people who are excited about Main Street. So when we're talking about Main Street, it's easy to unravel into the details. How many engineers are in the room? Yeah, I know there's a couple of you. Designing things is a lot of detail, but most of us in this room are not engineers. We're community members, and we're people who really care about where we live. So whatever moves forward from tonight is informed by people who care. And at some point, we have to recognize nobody in this room is getting what they want. We are all compromising, and it's incumbent on the leaders and the citizens to become champions for a Main Street. And we are all going to give up something to get there. But if we give that up to get there, we're going to end up with the community that we're all here to defend for. So whether we have 3 lanes or 4 lanes or 8-foot sidewalks or 10-foot sidewalks or dreamy 16-foot sidewalks and 20 bike lanes, whatever it ends up being, our Main Street is going to be the community members who show up there. And if we tear ourselves apart in that process, we're not going to get the Main Street we design or desire. So whatever happens after tonight, and I will keep showing up on Monday nights when it's appropriate. Half the time I watch you guys at home. But it's up to us to make the Main Street. And if we allow ourselves to go at each other's throats over specific design details, we're choosing to not be a Main Street community. And I am choosing to be a Main Street community, and I will fight for that Main Street community. And I know a lot of you in this room, and I hope whatever happens that we are willing to find a way to be a Main Street community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And Raleigh Sorrentino is our last speaker. Raleigh? I don't see him. There he is.
Good evening. My name is Raleigh Sorrentino, Sorrentino. I live at 4175 Teller Street. I'm a fourth generation resident of Wheat Ridge. My kids are fifth. I went to the schools here, Stevens, which we used to call Reed Street, junior high, Wheat Ridge High School. Children went here too. I'm here to communicate that I'm upset with the direction that this council is going. First of all, my tax dollars paid for that 38th Avenue to be widened to 4 lanes. And then they changed it. And why are we all here tonight? Because the change that was made a few years ago to the configuration which is out there today caused a lot of disconcern. 38th Avenue has always been a collector street. It was designed from an engineering standpoint, like some of the others. And the design that's out there now made it a bottleneck. My wife won't drive down that street. I try to avoid it. If you try to drive from Sheridan to Wadsworth right now, with the rain out there, you can't tell which lane you're in. You go this way or this way. Well, anyway, I charge the city staff and the planning committee and the council with going along with orchestrating a despicable plan to dupe your constituents into and guiding them in a direction that they don't want to go. The majority of your constituents. You put a website up with 33 configurations for the new 38. Not one of them put it back the way it was before it was made. So I'm here to represent, I know more than myself, in stating, put it back like it was before. That's what your constituents want, and you know what you're probably going to face if you don't, because you faced it with the TIF over here on 38th and Wadsworth. There's a lot of people that are upset with the whole process that you engaged to get here today with this plan that you're promoting. So again, my statement is to put it back like it was before. 4 lanes.
Thank you, Raleigh. That is the end of our public comment for tonight. And I thank everybody who came. We appreciate hearing all of your comments. We have an very interesting discussion coming up on the school new faculty plan, which is quite interesting, really. I think we can move into that. Are there some of you? I hope some of you will stay hear this because it really affects our city and all of Jefferson County. Don, are you going to start? Okay. This is Don McMenemy, who is our Jefferson County School Superintendent. Dan McMenemy, not Don.
Mayor Jay, members of the council, thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to come share with you the facilities master plan that we've developed. I have some important people with me this evening. They're going to be a part of this presentation as well. We have Board President, Mr. Ron Mitchell, Board Member Ali Lassell, Chief Operations Officer Steve Bell, and Chief School Effectiveness Officer Mr. Terry Elliott. We have an approximate 30-minute presentation of our facilities master plan, which is a comprehensive plan that involves all 154 schools and 775 square miles of Jefferson County. We'll start out big and we'll drill down to Wheat Ridge specific, and then we'll be able to answer your questions. We have big plans for the students of Jefferson County. That includes the ability to deliver this to each one of our 86,000 students every single day. Our expectation is that we have high-quality teachers in every classroom, top-notch facilities, and the resources to make sure that our students can learn at the highest level. I don't think anybody in this room expects anything less than the best for our students in Jefferson County. We're being asked to do a lot of different things in our schools, a lot different than when all of us went to school. Of course, first of all, is around student learning and achievement. We provide an exceptional education, and Jefferson County has done that for 60 years, and our goal is to continue that trajectory. In addition to that, we have to account for student safety. So we have to make sure that 86,000 students are safe and secure in our buildings each and every moment of every day. And we also have to have schools, the infrastructure and design to accommodate many different types of learners, from special needs students all the way to gifted and talented students. Our buildings have to reflect an overall commitment of our district and our county to make sure that our students have the best that we can possibly provide. So how did we get to this challenging place that we're at right now? The next 3 slides that I'm going to show you are going to illustrate this more completely, but in a nutshell, state funding is low when compared to the rest of the United States. I think the last number I saw is we're 42nd out of 50. You pay more in property taxes, yet we did not gain any more in funding. And that's a challenging aspect that I want to make sure you understand when we leave this room. And finally, compared with 6 other districts, those districts around us that we compete for quality teachers and making sure that we have excellent schools, we will give you the numbers around how we compare with them. So the first, around state funding. This graph illustrates funding from the year 1970 on the far left to the year 2011 on the far right. The thing I would like you to walk away from with this number is that descending red line. And you can see the average fund about 2/3 of the way up the page is that tan line. That's the national average for state funding. On the bottom right corner in 2011, that number was minus $1,872 below the national average of funding. That number has gotten even larger in the last 3 years as a result of state funding and what's called the negative factor that the legislature puts on the funding that we're supposed to get. That negative factor currently stands at about $840 million a year for the state of Colorado. It's about $80 million for Jeffco every year in funding that we are losing out on for our students. This is meant to illustrate how your local property taxes interplay with state funding. The bold black line about 2/3 of the way up is the funding level per pupil. That changes very minimally from year to year, and that is set by our legislature, and they do that about this time of the year every single year. What this is meant to illustrate is the more local taxes that we pay, the less state aid that is given. So in a nutshell, and some of you may be from other districts in other states, our property taxes don't directly go to fund our schools locally. Those dollars increase the local taxes that we are in that pool, and then they take away state aid in the end. So our local property taxes are going to the state, and they're really used to balance their budget, not enhance the funding for our individual schools or our school district. The third and final bullet that I shared with you earlier is how do we compare with other school districts. This is meant to illustrate how we compare to school districts surrounding us. So in the far left-hand column, Denver, Jeffco, Douglas County, Cherry Creek, Boulder, and Littleton. Those are the competitors for teachers, for students, for resources that we have, for quality of education. The second column is the number of students in each one of those districts. You can see that we are second. We have 86,708 students, and you can see where everybody else compares to us. We have a huge school district, and I know you recognize that. The third column is the state funding per pupil. So that's how many dollars we get per student to provide programming to every student in Jefferson County. And you can see that we're 4th in state funding. Now, you may seem that it doesn't look like there's that big of a disparity, but if you look at us versus Denver, we're roughly $500 less per student than Denver. And if you think of the factor $100 equals $8.6 million, you can see that on an annual basis, we're funded at about $43 million less than Denver Public Schools. When you go to the next column, the mill levy override, that illustrates the commitment that communities make to their schools. And you can see that we are 5th out of 6 districts around us. A few numbers there for you to consider. If we had the same funding as Denver had, we would have approximately $26 million more per year to spend on our students and our schools. If we had the same funding as Cherry Creek, $21 million. If we had the same funding in the mill levy override column as Boulder, we would have $71 million more. And if we had the same as Littleton, we'd have $45 million more. So the gap widens for us with the mill levy override. The final column is bonds. And those are the dollars that we use for capital construction and for the upkeep of our facilities. If we had the same funding as Denver has per student, we would have $977 million more to spend on our buildings. If we had the same funding as Boulder, we would have $1.15 billion more to spend on our facilities. So you can see that there's a pretty significant gap between what we can do with the dollars we have and what districts around us can do with the dollars they have. Here's another chart that is meant to illustrate how we are maximizing the use of our facilities. You can see at our elementary schools, they are roughly 89% utilized across our district. Now remember, we have approximately 95 elementary schools. So there are some schools that aren't quite full, and there are some schools that are quite full to get to that 89% across our district. The other significant number is the portables in use at our elementary sites. We have 239 portables in use at our elementary school sites. Some of those portables have been there so long that they're now called permanents. At our middle schools, we have approximately 71% use, which shouldn't be a surprise to anyone in this room. Our middle schools were built to accommodate 7th through 9th grade, and a few years ago, 9th graders were moved to the high school. So we have room at our middle schools. You can see that there's 7 portables in use at our current middle schools. 5 of those are at one site. So really what this graph is trying to illustrate is we have room at our middle schools, and we have students being taught in portables at our elementary schools. We believe we could maximize the use of our facilities by doing a grade configuration change that we'll be sharing with you in a few moments. Final factor that I wanted to share with you is the age of our facilities. 69% of our buildings are between 29 and 68 years of age. And if you can see those numbers on the bottom, the majority of our buildings that are within that red box were built between 1948 and 1987. So the majority of our build is over 40 years old. Here's the current real estate portfolio. As a result of doing this facilities master plan, we updated this as well. The 4th bullet down, average age of our building is 40 years. The median age is 44 years. The replacement value, if we were to scrape every single building in our district and try to replace those, would be $2.7 billion. The total value of the deficiencies that our facilities people have outlined in our buildings is $520 million. That consists of roughly $400 million building condition related, and approximately $123 million educational adequacy. And we'll share a little bit more about that in the future. But the bottom line is this: we have facilities that have served their purpose well over the last 60 years. We believe it's a time and it's a great opportunity right now to take a look at our facilities and maximize the use of those buildings while increasing the efficiency in those buildings, and taking any dollar that we can save and putting it back in the classroom to attract and retain quality instructors and make sure that our students have the resources that they need to have a quality education. With that, I'd like to ask Mr. Terry Elliott to come up and do a portion of this presentation.
Thank you, Dan. As you can see here, our goal is to provide the best learning environment for our students and the best teaching environment for our staff. Oops. As we develop the facilities master plans, we have these 4 drivers. First, just like the city of Wheat Ridge is trying to attract businesses and finding ways to revitalize the city, we need to revitalize our schools to be a good partner for all of our cities. That means providing exceptional 21st century learning environments for our students. Second, we need to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollar and maximize all those existing facilities that are in good condition that may be underutilized in our current environment. Third, we want to make sure we leverage current financial resources. As Dan shared, the reality is we're not going to be getting a whole lot of new money, and so any dollar we're spending on an inefficient building or an inefficient facilities plan is a dollar out of the classroom and a dollar not helping to retain and recruit staff to lead our programs. And then finally, we have to recognize that just like Lakewood is unique from Wheat Ridge is unique from Golden, our schools are unique. They're interdependent, but they have unique needs, and we need to honor and make sure we're meeting those needs as we go forward. The Facilities Master Plan is designed to address the following. One is that we have enrollment trends that are driving higher utilization in some areas of the county and decreasing demand in other areas. We need to look at that impact on individual schools as well as articulation areas. As we've mentioned, we want to make sure we're making the most efficient utilization of our buildings, as well as ensuring that there's equity between schools as well as compliance with our district education specifications. In other words, we have some schools at the high school level that have 2 gyms and several others that only have 1 gym. Therefore, if you're a participant in after-school activities, athletics, at one of those schools with 1 gym, you may not have practice until 9 o'clock at night, while your friends at another high school may be able to practice at 7 o'clock that night. We have a lot of deferred maintenance needs, and I'll allow Mr. Bell to kind of address those. And by deferred maintenance, we're talking about carpet, heating systems, air conditioning systems, as well as the more modern technology, computers and such. We do have, by the nature of our county, a need for some new buildings in areas that were dirt that are becoming homes. We have a need to go in and renovate buildings. Look at Wheat Ridge High School as a prime example, and as you'll hear tonight, one of our targets for a major renovation. As well as some consolidations, taking 2 really small schools that are inefficient for us to operate and building a brand new school to house those students that would be a much more efficient use of our current financial resources. The facilities plan, master planning process, was to start with going to the school board and asking them for the approval to go forth and seek a facility solutions that looked at it from kind of a true facilities management perspective only. Not necessarily looking at the educational programming, but we have buildings, we have students, how do we match those up? Then we looked at, from that, what is the sound instructional environment or programming needs within those communities and adjust the plan based upon that input. Bring that out to the taxpayers and community for input, and then we'll be going back to the board after we've had over 12 community meetings throughout the district and look at revising that final plan to take it into financial analysis. So the plan. First that you'll see is grade reconfigurations, kind of the low-hanging fruit. If we move 6th graders out of elementary schools and into the excess capacity we have at our middle schools to go to a 6, 7, 8 middle school model, which is about what 75% of 6th grade students attend nationally and certainly in the surrounding districts. That frees up a lot of space in our current elementary schools, helping us to, 1, avoid in some situations building a new elementary school, or 2, freeing up room for additional kindergarten and preschool programming in those facilities as well. By adding a minimal amount of space to some of our other middle schools that may not have the room for it, but we can put a 4-classroom addition onto a middle school, existing middle school, and avoid building an entirely new elementary school to meet the needs in those various articulation areas. Excuse me. 15 elementary school boundary changes and 2 elementary school matriculation changes would come out of this type of reconfiguration of grades. That would help us to close and remove about 62 of those temp/permanent buildings that are on our campuses currently. There would be about a $280,000 ongoing annual maintenance and operation savings. There are some additional costs. We would have to probably put some more administration into our middle schools with the additional students. And then there's the one-time expenditure to actually take down and remove the modulars that are sitting on our existing grounds. Over the 13-year implementation of this facility master plan, because we can't do it all tomorrow, as you know, there's a lot of construction going on in the state, and we compete for that work. We would continue to add grade configurations, possible consolidations and replacements, elementary and middle school addition renovations, and then ancillary facilities. So this would be supporting athletics in the south area. We have, as you know, we have the NAC opened up, and we have 6 in Kipling that has always been a stadium in Jeffco. But we don't have any major facilities for activities, athletics in the south area. So a lot of our competitions, we're overutilizing some of our fields, showing the wear and tear in those fields. We believe that we could get more games and impact students' evenings during the week less by having more facilities to hold and conduct those events. We also went back and looked at some past promises. We've had prior bonds, some have passed, some have failed. We took a look at some of the failed bonds and reevaluated the projects that were in those packages and brought forth those that we believe are still vibrant and necessary. 2 high school complete second phases, so Alameda and then Wheat Ridge High School. So if you think of Lakewood High School today, what you see is phase 2 of Lakewood High School. So when you see phase 2 of Wheat Ridge, that's the type of remodel we're looking at for Wheat Ridge High School in the Wheat Ridge area here. We would need to replace one of our high schools, and again, we'd need to add a couple of new schools. Green Gables needs to be torn down and rebuilt. And then Table Rock Mesa, the 93 corridor, and a lot of the growth that we're experiencing out there, we need some help to accommodate that growth. And then finally, career and technical education, Warren Tech. If you think of Warren Tech, we have Warren Tech Central that most of us grew up, those of us that are natives and have always known Warren Tech. We opened Warren Tech North several years ago. We would like to place a Warren Tech South so that the students in Columbine, Chatfield, Dakota Ridge articulations don't have to be traveling up to either Warren Tech North or to the Warren Tech Center. So we could accommodate significantly more Warren Tech programs or career and technical education programs by expanding Warren Tech in the South. With any bond, we always ensure that we share those dollars with our charter schools as a percentage of students that they serve. So we have about 10% of the students in Jefferson County served by charter schools. And so about 10% of the bond package would go to our charter schools to help them with the similar needs that they have in their facilities. HVAC systems, better programming, classroom improvements, site enhancements, as you can see there. We work with the charter schools to identify the priority of their projects, and then they would be funded out of the similar package. This kind of gives you an idea of the type of time frame we're looking at. As you can see with the year 1, we would only be looking at program equity and some past promises, work that we can begin to relook at building plans. So Wheat Ridge's High School's original phase 2 plans, we would revisit those and look at them again, start the consultant work on that. Year 2 would be when we could start or have construction underway that would enable us to start to do the additions, replacements, and some of the additional program equity. It's not until year 3 any of the closures, consolidations would begin to impact students as they would be in their current facilities while we were trying to build and move them into the newer facilities. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Terry. My portion is to talk a bit, Steve Bell, Operations Officer. My portion tonight is to share with you some of the implementation and a little bit of history about how we finance these type of capital improvements. I want to start with some history here, and that there's a graph there that will indicate to you the type of financing that we've done, which was originally initiated in 1992. The Facilities Master Plan is not a brand new product for Jeffco Schools. We've been doing this for over 25 years as we develop efficiencies of managing our physical plant. That's incumbent upon us to do that, and we take it very seriously. We revise our assessment of findings, which is an overview of our facility conditions throughout the district on an annual basis, and then a master plan concept was developed about every 4 to 6 year cycles starting in 1992. In 92, in the early 90s and early 2000s, the plan was referred to as the Asset Management Plan. We decided in 2010-11 to change that term because assets in Jefferson County schools are all those folks that get up and go home every night. Our teachers, our bus drivers, our food services folks, all those folks that work in the district, those are our real assets. We just use the facilities to manifest those assets. So we changed the term to be the Facilities Master Plan, which is a complex overview of how we become efficient with our physical plant. In 1992, we passed a bond issue. Those bonds are paid, so they're not shown on this graph. In 1998, we passed a $265 million project. And in 99, a mill levy override, which is general fund, contributes to deferred maintenance, but not large capital projects. In 2004, we did both, an override for general fund of $38.5 million and a capital improvement bond, project of over $323 million. So we were moving along quite nicely on our 4 to 6 year model. However, in 2008, we had a bit of a hiccup, and that is that we failed both the general fund dollar proposal and a capital proposal. So we ended up behind the curve in 2008. In 2012, we did what we call a catch-up or deferred maintenance capital improvement program. The issue here in 2012 was that because of the failure in 2008 of the override and the capital, we were behind in deferred maintenance and general fund dollars. So we did, for us, a relatively small issue of $99 million for capital improvements. And the unfortunate thing about the 2012 issue was that it did not provide one new square foot of space in our district. All it did was provide us to catch up on our backlog of deferred maintenance that we had developed over the years. The $39 million in the general fund didn't provide any new programs for us. If you'll remember, in those times, we were starting to come out of a recession, and those dollars simply helped us from doing additional cuts in our general fund dollars. So the 2012 issue was sort of a catch-up issue. This is an overview of what we're proposing to the board as a finance model, as Terry indicated, over the next 13 years. We're suggesting that the capital program be phased in 2 parts. Phase 1 would be years 1 through 6. Phase 2 would be then 7 through 13. Phase 1, as you can see in the middle column there, we add those things that Terry indicated, which are the drivers of things that we address for our district in determining our capital needs, additions, consolidations, replacement, and so on. And we're suggesting to our Board of Education that a Phase 1 program be about $420 million. Now, we could put just about any number up there that you could pick and choose based upon projects that you look at. But here's what we know in Jeffco. We know that historically, our voters have been receptive to a capital improvement program about every 4 to 6 years in that amount of all in $350 to $450 million when I add deferred maintenance costs to go along with the capital program. So we think that that's a realistic number. The other thing we know is that it takes us about 4 to 6 years to actually implement and put in place $400 million of capital projects. We can't, as Terry indicated, we can't do those all at once. It takes us a while. We compete with every other school district and municipality and private sector construction project in the state. And so we know that in our district, in Jeffco schools, it takes about 4 to 6 years to implement $400 million projects. So one of the things here is we selected this model simply because it works for us and it gives us a good plan. We also complement those dollars down on the bottom there of $120 million in both Phase 1 and Phase 2. Those are deferred maintenance dollars that we get from the general fund on an annual basis. We get right now $20 million a year. So we'll complement the 420 with 120 over 6 years, and that will give us an overall program over that 6-year period of $540 million for Phase 1. Phase 2, if you look there, you'll see, well, that's 194. That's kind of a small number. Well, here's one thing that I can tell you for sure, that 6 years from now, the $194 million of capital improvement costs will no longer be $194 million. We're seeing construction costs going up today anywhere between 8 and 12 to 15%, depending upon the type of construction. So we expect that that number, by the time we get out there, will be somewhere over $300 million. We'll also complement that with $120 million in deferred needs on an annual basis. So that project will be the sum of 194, 120, and you see that will be close with the 300 of over $400 million as well in Phase 2. This is the debt model, and we selected a debt model program in 1992, and we've been consistent throughout. We call it a wrap financing technique. That means that we try to structure ongoing debt for the district to wrap around existing and outstanding debt such that it does 2 things. It mitigates tax impact to the taxpayers on the early end, and it provides long-term fixed-rate financing that allows us to wrap additional financing packages in the future around what we do today. The dark blue on the bottom left there is an indication of the principal and interest payments, graphically represented there, for the principal and interest of the outstanding debt that the district now has. Phase 1, the one I just talked about for the capital improvements, is the middle or lighter shade of, we'll call it turquoise or lighter green, and you'll see how that kind of stair steps around the blue. Well, that's not by accident. That's the way we design it so that it works that way. And then the gray part on the top and on the far right is phase 2 of the capital improvement program. So that is our debt model that we're suggesting. Again, it's a workable model. It accomplishes our goals. If we look at what this costs to the taxpayers, and I know that's a really important issue when we're talking about debt financing, for us, because a couple of things have happened to us in Jeffco that are beneficial for new financing needs. One is that we've paid off the 92 bonds, and we're about to pay off the next series of bonds, the 1998 bonds. So we're going to have a reduction in our obligations that we repay. Therefore, if we were to issue the $420 million of new bonds today, it would cost the owner of $100,000 of property value $13.53 a year. If you owned a home that was worth $300,000, and the mean in Jeffco is about $284 right now, so $300,000 is pretty close, it would cost $40.59 per year to repay that $420 million of capital improvements. If you're a non-residential owner, small business or commercial enterprise, then for $100,000 of real value, it would cost $49.30 per year. So again, because of a couple of things, we're paying off debt, right? We had the failure in 08, so we missed a cycle. We can now finance $420 million of new improvements with relatively low impact to our taxpayers. And with that, I'm going to ask Dan to come back up. And I think we're going to talk about some Q&A. Is that right? Yes.
So to bring this home, our facilities master plan is a comprehensive plan to support teaching and learning while maximizing general fund dollars. We recognize that this is a big plan, and we also want you to recognize where we are in developing this plan. We have taken this out to 4 community meetings so far. We're taking a little break as we celebrate 30-plus graduations, and then we're going to start back out the first part of June and have 8 additional meetings. Then we will come back on June 12th and present a preliminary plan to the Board of Education with any adjustments that we've made as a result of hearing from the community. And then hopefully on June 16th, we'll get further direction from the Board of Education regarding our next steps. I wanted to take a moment to share with you, specific to Wheat Ridge, exactly what this proposal entails. And you can see up here, we've done this for all 19 of our articulation areas, from Arvada down to South Jeffco. And if you want more information on our district website, the entire facilities master plan is on that website, and it's about 100 pages long. And within there, it will have a plan for each one of our articulation areas. But Wheat Ridge specific, our current proposal that we are taking out and gathering feedback on is to do phase 2 master plan, Wheat Ridge High School, to do a renovation at Everett Middle School, convert to 6-8, close Color Strand Elementary School, and build a school at Prospect Valley that will consolidate Color Strand and Prospect Valley. And if you know where they are, they're pretty close together. Let's see, Maple Grove, add 4 classrooms to that and convert it to a K-5, convert Pennington to K-5 as we move students up to Everett Middle School. Already talked about Prospect Valley, K-5 at Stevens, consolidate Stober and Vivian with a new replacement facility on the Vivian site. At Wilmore Davis, convert to K-5 and demo the temps across this feeder area. So that is our current recommendation to the Board of Education. And like I said, based on the feedback that we get from the community, plans could be adjusted. So with that, I'd like to open it up to specific questions of anyone on my team. Or President Mitchell, did you have any closing comments you wanted to make?
Well, I would simply like to start by saying, thank you, Terry. I'd like to start by saying to the residents of Wheat Ridge and the mayor and city council, thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you. Like you, I listened earlier to public comment. You have much work in front of you. I hope you will accept that our Board of Education has a great deal of work in front of it as well in the next few weeks. This is challenging work. We welcome your input. We welcome your questions. And if you have guidance, we'd welcome that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Do we have questions? We have some wonderful opportunity here if we've got some. Not even our Education Alliance head. She's going to warm up. Okay. Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With respect to the budget for capital improvements, as it relates to those schools in which are slated for closure, what types of plans or investments will be made to either clean up those properties for disposition, or how else will those properties be disposed of, and any type of environmental remediation needs to be done on those properties?
Well, thanks for the question. That's a good one. Anytime that we do close a school, and we have done a few in Jeffco, not a lot, but we have done a few, we try to find, first of all, relationships with other public entities where we may be able to find cooperative use or something like that, or we try to clean the property so that it's available for sale or development. In our history, we've managed to sell one of our properties to the county. We've managed to use one jointly with all law enforcement agencies. That would be the Martinson School, for the first in the country of an innovation center. And then we do have a site north, Zerger Elementary, which was closed, and we've actually been negotiating with several entities since its closure date. Thought we had a deal cut down the road, and it didn't work out, so we're back to the negotiations again. We don't look to have buildings closed and mothballed and just sit. That isn't our preferred end result.
Mayor, if I could respond to that too. And just so council's aware, the Kohler Strand Elementary School is an important location for Wheat Ridge. We do have a joint use park behind the school, and been talking to Joyce Manwarian about that, a Parks and Rec director, and she said that we really do still need to maintain some type of park use in that site, so that might be something we want to consider, that if that school does close, if and when that, we try to maintain some type of park in that area, so neighborhood park.
Just the park, not a facility of any sort?
A neighborhood park, I think, is what's needed. Yeah.
Okay.
So to that point, just to belabor the point, on the Martinson property, there were 2 playgrounds on that property which have since been removed, so there is no more neighborhood park except for what is at Hopper Hollow, and I didn't know if there was any future plans for any type of playground type facility at any other closed school or at Martinson.
At the Martinson site, there is not, because of the law enforcement use. We do have a master plan for that site to develop the school, so it will be, on the long term, a more extensive law enforcement facility that can be used for training, seminars, classrooms, and such. But to date, we have no plans at Martinson for playground equipment.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthews.
You had mentioned that you don't like to mothball schools. How do you handle the cycles of regrowth and rebirth in neighborhoods? I live in an old neighborhood. A lot of them are older than I am, but we're starting to have kids come in again. And if you close the local or like Kohler Strand, if you close that school, and as that neighborhood repopulates with K through 12, we'll say, or K through 8, whatever, where then do you find open space or whatever to meet the needs of that new population?
So I think there's a couple ways that we plan to accommodate that. First of all, with the move from K6 to K5, that will create some open classrooms in areas. When you consolidate those schools, there is going to be a new building that is built on the Prospect Valley site that will be able to accommodate the number of students currently in that feeder area when you consolidate Color Strand and Prospect Valley. But in addition, there will probably be some additional seats within that building to accommodate any projected growth over the next few years as we look at that.
One of the challenges when you ask the question, what do you do? One of my answers could be, I give up what? Because it is a challenge. The demographics in a district of our size, of 780 square miles, they are not static. Neighborhoods, as you said, neighborhoods change, new neighborhoods are built, neighborhoods become more mature, there's revitalization. That's part of the challenge that we have in managing the nature of our school district. And we've got 155 school sites. And so it's forever a challenge. We work on a 10-year enrollment pro forma. That's the model that we are using right now.
That was kind of a question you led me into, is especially in the older neighborhoods in Jefferson County, have those rolled over once or twice? Do you have some historical data there that you can say, well, yeah, a neighborhood generally recycles every 20, 30, 50 years or some number?
Well, there is no magical number. So we've looked at that. You're seeing some revitalizations in Edgewater, for example. You're seeing some in your city, in and around north of 44th, in some of those areas. So there is no real magic number. This is every certain number of years. Depends on the demographics, depends on the geography, depends upon housing inventory and the condition of that inventory. Denver is an example of how things change in neighborhoods. They're more compact, however. They only have 50 square miles of space, so things are more compressed. But for us, again, because of our size, it is a challenge for us, and it will always be.
So I would say, though, when you look at the plan comprehensively, when you go into Edgewater, where we know that there's some revitalization going on, and there's a combination of young families or young, no student people moving into some bigger houses there. There is some additions that we're going to be put on 2 of the 3 elementary schools in Edgewater to accommodate the potential of some of that growth. So 4 classroom spaces and taking temps out. And again, taking the 6th graders and moving those to the middle school and maximizing our use at the middle school opens up classrooms as well. We also have some places where we've tried to manage growth in the Northwest Corridor, where we've moved the preschoolers out of schools to accommodate for additional growth. So at Micklejohn Elementary School, there was 4 preschool classrooms in that building. As a result of the tremendous growth up there, we moved 2 of those this past year to get 2 classroom spaces for K through 6 students, and we're moving 2 next year to get some growth areas there. So that's how we try to balance it.
Just kind of a personal, did I hear you say you were closing Zerger?
We did close Zerger.
Okay. I just find that interesting because my kids went there when it was new. So there's a cycle for you. Thank you.
I noticed that, in addition to Edgewater, I noticed that Wheat Ridge was looking at steady to strong growth, increase of students, and I was kind of curious how you came to that. Was that the younger people moving into the more eastern part, or what?
Yes, the demographics that we're seeing in this particular city, you know them better than I, that we are seeing sort of a turnover in the mature neighborhoods to a younger generation. Okay. Now, the question, here's another dynamic that we have to deal with, is that 40, 50 years ago when neighborhoods were developed, it was not uncommon to have households with 3, 4, 5 children. Well, today we have a couple of things. We have a lot of households with 1 and 2, and then we also have the multi-generational homes that may have 7, 8, 9 children in a single home. So that creates still another dynamic that we have, that we have to find seat capacity for our children.
Mr. Pond.
Well, thank you. Thank you for
patiently waiting to present, and thank you for your presentation and all of the work, obviously, that must have gone into this. So thank you. So I'm actually going to ask just maybe a process and timeline question, and I'm kind of going back to the slide that had the implementation timeline on it. I want to make sure that I'm interpreting it correctly and that you can maybe fill in some gaps. But it looks like really the Phase 1 capital improvement program doesn't start for maybe 2 or 3 years from right now, and maybe that's one of my questions. And then things like past promises, which would include renovations or additions to Wheat Ridge High School, would happen early in that cycle. And consolidations and closures like Color Strand, Prospect Valley would happen in year 3. So if you can talk a little bit about whether I'm right in terms of, as we see these things, these facility improvements literally happening on the ground in our community, we're 3 to 6 years away from that, and a confirmation on that. And secondly, in terms of process, how many other touch points, what can we expect in terms of other processes, meetings, collaborations on, where our citizens can participate or look to participate in how these designs develop?
All good questions. You're absolutely right on the Wheat Ridge. Phase 2 of the Wheat Ridge renovation would be set to begin immediately. That was incorporated in the 2008 capital program that we were unsuccessful. When you look at consolidations, the reason that it's a 3-year cycle, and we'd always like to think, gee, if we could do it earlier, that would be great. But the 3-year term is, it takes us about 9 to 12 months for design, architecture, and engineering. Then we've got 2 sites, and we've got a couple of choices. If we're going to build on one, let's take the Vivian Stober example, right? If we were going to build on Vivian, well, those kids still need to be in school while that building takes place. So a building for an elementary school of the size we're suggesting will take us 18 to 22 months. So if we add the design, the 18 to 22 months, we'd have the building ready. But now I've got schools to close because I was not able to close those yet until I have a new building. So it is about a 3-year cycle for the consolidation, rebuild, and then site reclamation. So you're absolutely right.
So a couple things to answer your second question around engagement. First of all, we have 12 meetings that are going to happen between May 31st and June 12th. And while they're all in our district, there are some specific to your area. So on June 4th, we'll have a meeting at Stevens Elementary School. On June 4th from 11 to 1, there'll be one at Arvada West. Let's see, June 8th from 6 to 8 in the evening at Wheat Ridge High School, and June 9th from 6 to 8 at Stein at O'Connell. So pretty close proximity, but you're welcome at any of those meetings. The other thing is, on our district website, there's a facility master's plan page where anyone can go on there and review all the documents, look at the current thinking that we have, and also there is an opportunity to provide feedback there. All of this information will be shared with our Board of Education. So any scrap of anything that we collect, either at the community meetings or people weighing in independently, letters to the Board of Education, all of that information is funneling through our communications department that will provide that to the Board of Ed.
Ms. Wooden.
One other thing that you asked about processes, and that's boundary changes. Whenever we talk about boundary change, we involve communities about those changes. So there's a lot of communication about what the changes are. Second piece is we in our district, although it's different in others, we don't make this a one and done, cut and dried process. We allow families to transition on boundary changes. Our belief in our facilities group is that a complete boundary change from start to complete implementation is a 3 to 4 year process. So there's involvement with the community along that process as well.
And there is information in the facilities master plan that talks specifically about what that looks like at each school, so you can see the choice in and choice out. So for instance, Wheat Ridge High School is 38% choice out, so the students that are assigned within the boundary, 38% out, but 38% coming in. And so you can see that for each one of our schools and get an idea about what's happening in that area.
Ms. Wooden.
First of all, thank you for the very, very extensive presentation. I know the real report is 100 pages long, so I know the amount of work that went into it, so thank you for the very detailed report. I would like to point out a few things, and I am making my comments as a citizen and a parent and a member of City Council. I'm not making my comments as part of the Wheat Ridge Education Alliance, and I want to make that definition because the Wheat Ridge Education Alliance is for promoting our schools and educating our citizens about our schools. It's not about taking policy stands. So I want to make that definition. But the thing when I read this plan that I was actually very happy about was that overall the whole plan calls for 5 new schools. Is that correct? In the elementary level? Yes. Okay.
Well,
and
no, more than that, because we have the ones in the northwest corridor.
It's
Okay.
5 as a result of the consolidations.
Right. And 2 of them are right here in Wheat Ridge. So I think that's important to point out that in this plan, Wheat Ridge gets 2 new schools. And they are consolidating, but they are 2 new schools.
And I would say 3 because Wheat Ridge
Wheat
Phase
Ridge.
2 is going to feel like a brand new school.
Right, and Wheat Ridge High School is going to get the past promise, the Phase 2. So that's really important for us to consider that for the size of our city, for us to receive that is pretty big, and I'm very thankful for that, and thank you for thinking of Wheat Ridge. I also want to say thank you for considering Warren Tech and the South facility that you're considering. I think it's really important. I was part of the Jeffco 2020 Vision Plan, and that we're really thinking about the students that are not college bound, and that providing those facilities and the education for those students that are looking for other career pathways is really important. And I want to point out that the district is looking at that, and they're making it a priority. So thank you very much, and we appreciate what you're considering for Wheat Ridge.
Thank you. And just one thing I didn't mention when we talked about the Warren Tech South expansion, that actually frees up seats for the central area because we'll be moving students that are currently consuming those seats from the south in our central program. They'll have their own program, and therefore there'll be more seats available to our students in the central area.
Other? Well, I sure appreciate the fact that you guys hung around for us, and it was very, very interesting. And we'd be sure to, any information we can get out, we'll be doing that for you.
Do you guys have any
Thank you
thoughts
very
on
much for your
38th
time.
Thank you for coming.
Did you guys have any thoughts on 38th Avenue? I mean, you've heard both sides.
Well, I did love the comment about the shared space, the green space there at Stevens Elementary School. I think that's a great example of us working together to try to make the community and the schools be enmeshed. So I did appreciate that comment.
Good.
If I could add one more, if I may. I simply would like to say the discussion about how we might partner if down the road we end up with vacant facilities, how can we partner together to do good things for our communities is something that I know our board is very interested in, and I would very much encourage your thinking about that and any input that you might have, because we'd be very interested in that.
Thank you. Glad you mentioned that. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you again for having us.
Pleasure.
This is yours or mine?
You were quiet.
Pardon?
You were quiet.
I know. I'm usually not.
You're usually not.
But she was tonight.
You guys want to take a quick break? All right. I think we do. sit there or over there?
Well, I'll stay over here.
I get the whole thing. Let's commence with getting back to the study session with our discussion on 38th Avenue. And Mark Westberg is going to start, right?
Yes, ma'am. So thanks for having us here. We wanted to take a couple of slides just as a quick intro and sort of remind everybody how we got here. So 38th Avenue was designated as the city's main street in the 2005 neighborhood revitalization strategy. And then that was sort of reaffirmed in the 2009 comprehensive plan in Vision Wheat Ridge. In 2011, the corridor plan was done, and that led to the restriping that was done in 2012. And that also led to the conceptual design that was done through the last part of 2013 and into 2014, which then led to the vote, the street width vote in November of 2014, which was unsuccessful. So we met with council in May of last year, almost exactly to the date, I think. It was really, really close. And council reaffirmed at that meeting their support for 38th Avenue as the main street and directed staff to initiate another public process. In June of that same year, in another study session, staff came back and we proposed a multi-phase comprehensive public process where we would try to involve as many people as we possibly could and sort of follow the model of what we do when we did like the Wadsworth Pell. We start with all the alternatives and sort of neck things down and end up with hopefully some kind of final recommended something out of the process. In August of 2015 at a council meeting, the contract was awarded to Bertina Design Group to run that process forth. The decision was made to have a neutral third party sort of run that process. So it wasn't city staff and those kind of things. So what they came up with was the Create Your 38th process. And so from September through December, they did some outreach. They reached out to various groups and various citizens and different things to try to understand what was happening on the street. In January, we had our 2 meetings plus the online voting. And between those 3 activities, we had around 1,000 folks participating in that final activity. And what came out of that was, what we thought came out of that was that 3 lanes rose to the top of that as the first sort of decision point that was made on 38th Avenue. On the next public meeting, or the next workshop that we had was on February 11th, and we had, what came out of that one was 8-foot sidewalks, 4-foot median zones, no bike lanes, and maybe parking where we had room, which is mostly the high court-ish area. And then also to stay in the right-of-way is what were the participants came out of that meeting. On March 10th, we had our last workshop meeting, and what came out of that was full reconstruction versus the retrofit. So full reconstruction of the corridor was what came out as the participants' choice on that. And then, so since the Create Your 38th process wrapped up with that March meeting, we had an open house on April 27th. Again, just let everybody come and see what the results of that meeting were. And we had, I think in the council memo, we talked about there were some 60 or so people that signed up as being there. I think we probably had a few more. Not everyone signs up all the time. We also had an online survey, and I don't remember hearing the final tally on how many people got on the online survey, and that was really more about the process and how it worked and those kind of things. We did have a comment section at the end. People could provide comments if they wanted to. The last time I looked at it, we had some 90 people that had taken the online survey. On May 12th, at the request of some folks, we had a business, property owner, and residents meeting, and we sent out a mailing to all the people along the corridor that we had information on. So we sent it out to the Jefferson County parcel data, both. And if the physical address was different from the ownership address, we sent to both of those. We also got the business license list from the sales tax division and included all those folks. We had some 400 mailings go out to all the folks up and down the corridor to try to get as many folks to that meeting as possible. And I think there was some on-the-ground stuff with people going and knocking on doors trying to get participation. And we had maybe, I think again we had maybe 60 people, 56 people at the morning session, and then after the evening session we had another 40 or 50 folks show up for that also. So I think we had pretty good turnout at both those meetings and had some lively discussion. The comments through all this stuff we've had since the Create Your 38th process, that some people support returning to 4 lanes, some support the project moving forward, and then we had some other comments on just very specific issues, like I'd like to have a crosswalk here, or why are you putting landscape amenity zone here? Why don't we just make it all paved to save water and those kind of things. So we had a lot of sort of specific comments that we'll definitely take forward depending on what we move forward with, and also then just a lot of folks making comments that I love this, I hate this, and this is crazy. So we had a lot of that kind of stuff also. The folks that showed up, we had this really neat idea. Lauren had this really neat idea. We're going to give credit where it's due, of plotting out the street and then having folks that came to those two meetings. The dark green was one of the sessions. The light green was the other one. I don't remember which now. Thanks. So the light green was the morning session. The dark green was the evening session. We had folks put dots where they were from, just so we sort of have a feel for who was there and how much of the corridor was covered and that kind of thing. So I thought we had pretty decent representation. So the top is from Watts to Pierce, the middle part's Pierce to Harlan, then the last piece is from Harlan over to Sheridan. So I thought we had pretty decent participation from up and down the corridor at that business property owner meeting. So the alternatives, there are 4 alternatives that we included in this. 2 of those is the full reconstruction, which came out of the process to create your 38th as sort of the preferred alternative. Because there weren't that many people at the last meeting, the 3rd meeting, that decided between full reconstruction and retrofit, we thought including the retrofit option was also something we should do. And then, of course, there's always a no action. Whenever we do these things, there's always a no action. We can just not do anything forever or for a while or for whatever. There's always a no action alternative. And then the last thing was just to implement what we do all over town. When someone wants to redevelop a property, we have them install what's on either in the right-of-way we have and possibly dedicate more right-of-way, what's in our streetscape design manual. In our streetscape design manual, there's a discussion about that in the memo, so I'm not going to go into all the things it does. But that's sort of our guiding document for all over town on our major corridors. And 38th Avenue was included in the streetscape design manual. So the no-action alternative would be to leave the 3 lanes that are there today, leave the 5-foot sidewalks that are there. And we do want to point out that the way they currently are, they're not ADA compliant for a lot of reasons. We don't have any mini zones except for some planters and pop-up cafes. We do have on-street parking on the south side throughout the corridor. And then we have bike lanes west of Pierce. And there's, of course, if we do no action, we don't need additional right-of-way. So we prepared some photo simulations because we didn't think we could haul everybody out there into the middle of the street and walk around and look at things. So I just wanted, but this is just the aerial. Reed Street is the street that's going up to the top of the screen. We're on 30th Avenue, and the little white dot with the arrow is our point of view. So we're like standing in the bike lane looking east. We tried standing on the sidewalk, existing sidewalk, but it made some of the views kind of wonky when we did it. So we are actually, the photos taken standing in the bike lane. Apparently, Lauren risked getting run over by a bike to take this picture. So this is the existing conditions, and to keep things consistent, we sort of photoshopped in a guy with his dog. He will show up in all of these. And he's a responsible pet owner because he does have a doggy bag with him, just for the record. So this is, just want to point out, you can see where the center turn lane is, the westbound travel lane, the bike lane, the guy with his dog on the existing 5-foot sidewalk, and then the property that's outside of the right-of-way, which is more or less on the back of that existing sidewalk. So if we do the full reconstruction option, which was the preferred option from the process that we just did, 3 travel lanes, 8-foot wide sidewalks, 4-foot wide amenity zones, and then on-street parking just in those wider sections, again, that's mostly around High Court, there would be no bike lanes and there'd be no additional right-of-way needed for this project. There might be a need for a construction easement or something like that, but no additional right-of-way for the permanent improvements. So what that looks like is this. So the guy and his dog are in the middle of an 8-foot sidewalk. We have a 6-foot amenity zone, which is the red paved area there that has the grates for the trees and also the street lights. Now that amenity zone could also have benches and trash cans and public art and all those kind of things, but we tried to keep things kind of simple here. So you can see there's new curb and gutter out there that's out about 7 or 8 feet away from where the existing curb and gutter is right now. And then the rest of the street would have to be rebuilt because as we start it back a sidewalk and go out with it, we've got to drop down for the sidewalk in the mini zone. And so the new curb and gutter ends up about 4.5 inches below the existing street elevation at the point where that curb and gutter is. So that's why in the full reconstruction option, we have to rebuild the street. We have to, or if there's a ton of pavement, we could just remove 4.5 inches, but we don't know that yet. So how that compares with the existing, we just did this so we could toggle back and forth. So you can see how the curb moves out into the street, the back of sidewalk stays the same, the sidewalk gets wider, and if I'm making anybody sick by flipping back and forth so quickly, let me know. But that is what is the full reconstruction option compared to the existing. So the retrofit option that we're also carrying forward is 3 travel lanes, the existing 5-foot sidewalks. Now the one thing we have to do is as soon as we start touching things, we have to make things ADA compliant. So there are some places we'd have to rebuild some curb ramps at corners. On some of the long driveways, we need to shrink those driveways down to a more reasonable size and then rebuild the sidewalk in that area in order to achieve. And we're going to show that in the picture. Part of the reason we picked that location was it had one of the wide driveways. The amenity zones are disconnected. They're not actually attached to the sidewalk. They're sort of independently out in what used to be street. There are limited amenities that we can put out there. We probably can't put benches and trash cans because you can't really get to those without stepping over the curb or the gutter section. And then east of Pierce Street, what the consultant had drawn up in their plans was it would only be on one side of the street. Because east of Pierce Street, the amenity zone shrink to 4 feet. I think there's some issues with the trees living in essentially the sort of raised planter, but we can explore that as we go along. Certainly, I'd like to have amenity zones on both sides of the street versus just one side. There would still be the opportunity for on-street parking around High Court, no bike lanes, and again, with this option, with the retrofit option, there'll be no additional right-of-way needed for this option. So this is what the retrofit looks like. So again, we've got the guy and his dog on the 5-foot existing sidewalk. Just to the right of him is the existing curb and gutter. And then to make the grade things work out, we've got about an 8-inch high curb set, little retaining wall on the backside of the amenity zone. We then have the same size amenity zone, 6.5 feet, or 6-foot amenity zone in this location. And then the existing curb and gutter, or the brand new curb and gutter is out there where the street is. Now in this case, we can raise the amenity zone to match that existing pavement so we don't have to rebuild that center section of the street. But by raising that, now our back of amenity zone is about 8 inches high there up against that curb and gutter. So how that looks against the existing is you can see the existing sidewalk and the curb gutter stay exactly where they are. The amenity zone overlays into there. That new curb location is the same curb location that we had with the reconstruct option. But that's how that looks. And you'll notice from the wide driveway that we do have to rebuild that. We've got the driveway shrunk down to a more reasonable size at that location in order to meet the ADA requirements. So how that looks compared to, again, this is the retrofit. We can compare it with the reconstruction option. I know the title still says retrofit. I couldn't figure out how to fix that. But so this is the retrofit option compared to the reconstruct. Now it almost looks like the amenity zone in the retrofit rises up compared to the reconstruct, or moves out the street, but it's not right. It's not moving out. It's just rising up, is what's going on there. So those are the differences between those two options. So wider sidewalk with an attached amenity zone, the existing narrow sidewalk with the detached amenity zone, if you will. But we can still put trees. We can still put lamps in that and those kind of things. So the streetscape design manual. This option would keep the street exactly the way it is, the 3 travel lanes. We'd have existing conditions until redevelopment occurs. And so as properties would redevelop along 30th Avenue, if they did, then we would have sort of incremental construction with that redevelopment. So they would add 8-foot sidewalks, 6-foot amenity zones that would be on private property. The on-street parking could stay on the south side because this option doesn't propose changing what's out in the street. The bike lanes could stay east of Pierce for the same reason, but up to 9 feet of right-of-way would be needed. Basically, that back of sidewalk moves 9 feet onto private property to implement the streetscape option. So what that looks like is this. So it looks a lot like the full reconstruct. It's just the lanes, what's out in the street doesn't change. So the existing curb gutter stays. So here's the existing view. Again, the curb gutter and the bike lane stay. But as we move back, the existing sidewalk gets removed, and in this case, an amenity zone, and then an 8-foot sidewalk gets added back behind there. And so we can see how the trees and the lamps are all back there, and you can see the encroachment into the private property with this option. And actually at this location, because of what's happening at the sort of the far end of this, we have to build a little short retaining wall in order to match up with the grades on the private property. So this one's a little more challenging grade-wise to make work out because we're actually moving into private property. So compare the streetscape design option against the reconstruct. You get the same thing, it's just not moving into the street, it's moving behind the street with everything. If that is clear to everybody. So, and we're gonna digress for just a moment to talk about the green. For those that were wondering what the heck the green was, I think Mr. Dahl asked what the green was. It's the northwest corner of 30th Avenue and High Court. The idea would be to enhance this often used public space with an enhanced entry and landscape buffer at the south end. We're going to show a picture of all this. There'll be an amphitheater at the north end. This plan was done before the school renovated the little playground area in the front, so there are some adjustments that need to be made, but what they've done is not a deal killer for moving forward with this. There'd be some retaining wall seating south of the amphitheater, and then the remaining area would be enhanced as a civic gathering space for community events. So what that looks like, and this is probably pretty hard to read, but this is that green area. You can notice down 38th is at the bottom of the picture, and that's where that enhanced amenity zone gets put in, and sort of an enhanced entryway right there at the corner of High Court. The existing walks that are there would either be reconfigured or widened a little bit, so they're 10 feet wide, so they're a little better for pedestrians. You can see the retaining walls, those little brown things at the north end, and sort of that amphitheater area that would be there. We'd have to relocate that a little bit to accommodate the new playground they've got. But most of the rest of the green pretty much stays the same. It stays green. What that might be used for programming was, tents or booths could be set up along the wider sidewalks, certainly against the parking lot and against High Court. Actually, food trucks could be pulled up at those locations because there's pavement there against existing sidewalks. And so those kind of things. So this is just one idea of the kind of programming and how many tents you could have and the kind of thing that could be done if this green was a somewhat more formalized space. So back to we just thought we'd take a break from talking about street stuff for a minute. Back to our project stuff, this was just a little table that was in the council memo that sort of compared all the elements. And so the number of traffic lanes across the top for all 4 of the options stays at 3, just because that's what we came out of meeting number 1. The sidewalks vary depending on which project you're doing and how it's doing. The amenity zones also vary on what they do and how they do it. The on-street parking varies also compared to like sort of what's existing and then in other areas. Bike lanes would be included in 2 of the options because that's sort of the no action in the streetscape. And then the right-of-way needs is the only thing that we need right-of-way would be the streetscape design manual, just doing that implementation as properties redevelop. And so sort of what that all requires is, for the no action, it was just maintenance. We're just going to maintain the stuff we have out there. For the reconstruction option, the estimates that we shared at the, I believe, meeting number 3 was $7.5 to $9.75 million to do that project. And that was from Upham all the way to Pierce is what those dollars represent. The retrofit option is a little bit lower than that. It's about 2/3 that cost. It's at maybe $4.5 to $6.75 million. And then the streetscape design manual, I did a quick cost estimate on that based on, per linear foot of frontage, and it includes everything: construction, engineering, right of way, all those sort of costs. Because if they've got to give up 9 feet, that's a real cost to them. And so what we've got that as is about $700 per foot of frontage. For those properties. So if someone has a 100-foot property, they're going to spend $70 grand, more or less, implementing what's in the streetscape design manual for 30th Avenue. You can see the street width designation requirements of those. The 2 on either end don't change anything in the street, so those don't need a street width. The reconstruction, the retrofit, our thought on that is those both do. Certainly the reconstruction does. Driveway consolidations, this is where we try to narrow up the really wide driveways, but also if we've got 2 driveways right next to each other on 2 properties, we try to consolidate those so they share a driveway to help reduce those pedestrian conflicts on the sidewalk. So those sort of happen as we go along. It's a little more difficult under streetscape design manual because we might have one property redeveloped and the other one doesn't, so it's kind of hard to maybe work that out with those folks. Restriping, under the no action, of course, it's maintenance only. No need to restripe reconstruction because we're tearing out the entire street. Under the retrofit option, we would have to restripe the road, though, because right now the road sort of wiggles around between the quarter and it would be centered in the quarter. So there would be a restriping need there. We are due for overlaying 38th Avenue in the next couple of years, so we would just incorporate that restriping into that overlay and do that kind of thing. And then under streetscape design manual, similar to no action, there would be maintenance only required. So the next steps, if we do a project on 38th, and this is most of the 2 projects in the middle, either the reconstruct or the retrofit, just want to sort of talk about what those next steps are. We shared those with the public at the various meetings, and just want to share those with you also. I think the first step is try to finalize our budget and the schedule for whatever alternative is selected moving forward. And that would include phasing options. We've talked about $9.7 million. Well, that's from Upham all the way to Pierce. Do we just do a short piece of that first or do the whole thing? So all those things need to be talked about. That wasn't something we talked about with the public as we were going through the process. We thought that was more of a council decision. So as we talk about those budget and schedules and phasing options, we finalize that sort of what the scope is with council. I think our next step should be identifying and obtaining funding. And then assuming we get all that step accomplished, then we would hire an engineering firm to do all these things for us, prepare the things they do, which is like prepare plans and specs for us. I think it's really important that we continue to work with property owners on the driveway consolidations and then temporary construction easements, should we need those at certain locations to do things. Certainly as we go through that process, we need to, when the time is right, we need to look at changing the street width designation depending on what project is chosen. And then I think we continue to host public meetings to allow people to come and weigh in on the designs and look at them. And I think the block-by-block meetings are critically important, where we sort of divide the corridor up into 4 or 5 little sections and meet with just those folks in that section so we can really understand what's going on in those. Those were really successful when we were doing the 2014 design. We changed some of the things, or planned to change some of those things if that project had moved forward. We didn't get to that point because that project did not move forward. So I think it's really important, and those are the means where we can start to talk about construction impacts. We just don't know what those are yet because we don't know what we're doing yet. And then, assuming we get through all that process, then we'd hire a contractor to construct the project. One of the things we'll also do is work with property owners to minimize those business disruptions and maintain business access. And I think part of that would be hosting a public meeting. When we did 32nd Youngfield, because of the potential impacts of that project, we had them host a public meeting with all the businesses down there so that they could, number one, they could get their contact information out to everybody so they knew who to call when there was a problem. And also so they could talk about construction impacts and what their phasing was going to be and that kind of stuff. I think it's critically important on this one to have that meeting where people could come and find out what's going on and how that moves forward. But that's where we really start talking about what those potential construction impacts are as we finalize design and get into, once we hire a contractor, that becomes a big part of the conversation. So we sort of had this teed up as some discussion. So do we do a 30th Avenue project, yay or nay? If it's a yes, then what design do we move forward with? What do we do next? And what do you need from us as staff at this point? If the answer is, you know what, let's not do a 30th Avenue project, well, what does no action really entail? Because it has consequences on what we do out there. Do we implement the streetscape design manual? If we go no action, do we still make people start building things behind the curb? Do we keep it at 3 or 4 lanes or move it back to 4 lanes? Or is there some other option out there that someone else has thought of? So that's really the end of our presentation. We have some more slides loaded up of various things in case those things come up as part of the conversation, but that's really the end of what we've got.
I bet we know this discussion pretty well by now. So, who wants to start? Mr. Pond, I have 2 hands up. I have Mr. Pond and Mr. Fitzgerald.
Well, I have a question too. I'm just for clarification, because I want to make sure I'm reading your slides right and what you said. Top of curb of existing curb will not be at the same elevation of the amenity zone in the retrofit option. Cannot be at the same elevation. Could be at the same elevation.
What we have shown, what we've talked about doing right now is having that amenity zone continue to slope towards the main part of the street. What that allows us to do at some point in the future is that existing sidewalk and curb gutter could be removed and a new sidewalk poured at some point in the future, and that's why it's built that way. Now, if we think that will never happen and what we do out there is going to be there forever, we could certainly slope that new amenity zone back towards the existing gutter section. But it's putting a lot of water in a place that's going to be fairly confined. We've got some maintenance issues that we've already started thinking about with that gutter section that's sort of left between that island and the sidewalk. And so I think the less water we sort of get back at every location, maybe the better it's going to be. But certainly that's an option we could look at. Or we could even depress a small section of the amenity zone and put a little chase across to allow people to get to that amenity zone from the curb. But it'd be very expensive to try to put chase all the way across there the whole distance.
Well, that is the heart of my question, which is the engineering of this, the stormwater and the accessibility, does it give us some options to create a at-grade chase that's ADA compliant?
Yeah, I think we could do that at locations, and we could do it throughout the entire corridor. Just it has some impacts on what decisions we make in the future.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yep.
When you refer to an ADA chase, is that what you call it?
Just a chase. It would just be a piece of metal that spans, like what we have in certain locations, just a piece of metal that spans that gap.
Okay.
So that the water can still go underneath, people can go across.
Are you talking about something solid or?
Yeah, it could be solid at that location because there wouldn't necessarily have to be a grate there for drainage.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Well, that was actually my question. So what you're saying is you could put a metal grate in the retrofit option between the existing curb and the new island amenity area. You could put a grate over that so that people could walk from the sidewalk straight out to the amenity area.
Yeah, we could design that again at discrete locations, or we could do it through the entire thing. If we did the entire thing, we'd probably have to put grates in it that have gaps for drainage to get through to the gutter section, or we're going to have a ponding problem there.
Yeah, but it could be done. And
it could be done, yes.
And that way you could also put the trash cans and benches.
Yes.
Mr. Matthews?
Just to stay on topic with these islands, are they going to be ADA compliant? I mean, if we're going to expect people are going to be going out there, do we need wheelchair ramps and the whole 9 yards for every one of them?
We could design it that way, yes.
I'm asking what
Yeah.
ADA would demand on that.
Well, the amenity zone doesn't have to be ADA compliant. The sidewalk does.
Well,
So, but if we put
expect
anything
people
out
to
there,
go
we've
out
got
there,
to
I
make.
don't understand.
Yeah, we've got to, if we put anything out there that we expect the public to use, like a trash can or a bench or something, we've got to provide that connection, absolutely.
I think Ms. Davis.
So I just have a quick question, because one of the big complaints is that right now the road kind of, it's not straight. So my understanding is from these 3 options or 4 options, well, the one, if it stays the same, obviously it's not going to be straight because it's already this way. The other options, will it create the road to be more, would it be straight?
Yes. Yes, so the reconstruct option would straighten the road because we're going to make everything symmetrical right on the center line of the existing road and the existing right-of-way. The retrofit option, the way the consultant had it drawn up initially, sorry, I did something. The way the consultant had it drawn up initially was east of Pierce, that would only be on one side, so that would require a little bit of wiggling at the road at that point. The reason the road wiggles mostly is because of the bus stops there at the senior housing at around Marshall Street or so. Otherwise, our goal will be to try to build a fairly straight road.
Okay.
Ms. Hoppy?
So with the retrofit, you're talking about, you could put thresholds across with the slants in it so the water could go through it and go into the curb and gutter that's underneath it, and it would exist,
Yeah,
right?
that could be done. That's not included in the cost estimate right now.
Okay.
That assumed that gap was going to stay the whole distance, so we'd have to look at that if we move forward with that.
And what, the construction difference, the time construction difference between the reconstruction and the kind of retrofit, you have estimates on that?
You know, we haven't really looked at that because we're just not sure, again, what the scope of the work would be. I think that the retrofit would probably take less time because there's less work involved. It's going to be a little dicier phasing that. I think, if you do a full reconstruct, you can shift everybody one side of the street, you build the other side, you shift them all over, and you build the other side. With sort of building both sides of the street, we'll have to really look at how that's going to impact things and what we do there. But we just haven't gotten that far into it yet.
Okay. Mr. Matthews?
Yeah, I have a lot of topics, but I'm trying to stay current with what we're discussing right now so we don't shotgun this thing all around. On those islands, and I guess I see Jerry's here, and we'll try and wake him up. According to the charter, flow line is defined as the measurement from the inside of one curb to the inside edge of the opposite curb. So which flow line rules in determining street width designation? If we've got all these islands out here, to me, we're changing the width of the street, because that's inside of one curb to inside of another.
I believe he said that either way we had to do a change street designation.
That's right, although it depends pretty heavily on design. I spent actually some real time today kind of drilling down into that because it is so design dependent. And I can give you the 2-minute short course around that. I realize that street width designation in that process is only a small part of what you're trying to decide here, because you decide on what you want to do, and then there's cost for that, and there's process for that. And I'm only a piece of the process part, but it might be helpful, and I appreciate your asking a question, because it is maybe easier if I give you the view that I have. You have to look at both the charter and the physical improvements, and you absolutely put your finger on it. You start with the charter, though, of course, because that has to control. A year out from construction or reconstruction of a street, the council has to set the width. If it's not going to change the width at all, you don't get to street width, and that's why the no action alternative doesn't trigger that part of the charter. But the way the charter, and as a part of that, the council has to, quote, determine the street width, and it's only council that can do that. And the charter is pretty simple on that. It says street width is measured by the flow line. And the charter is helpful because it goes right in the next sentence and says, the flow line is from the inside edge of one curb to the inside edge of the opposite curve. curb, excuse me. Now, we have a code provision that helps a little, and I think this council saw some things we put in the code to help implement the charter, because when the charter says that about flow line and inside edge of one curb to the other, then it's done. And the rest of Charter 5.20 is all about process, you know, and it goes to hearing, and if there's a protest, it requires a 3/4 vote, as you know, if the council has set that. If there's a petition after that, then it triggers the election. So the election's not mandated, as you have to get up through that whole process. But the charter stops there in terms of what flow line means and width means by saying it's flow line, you measure flow line from curb to curb, and we're done, is basically the charter. And the code added some exceptions that I think are consistent with the charter. And it's common for code provisions, I'm almost done, I promise. It's common for code provisions to kind of help implement charter provisions. It's done all the time, there's nothing wrong with that, and the council has done that. It's code 21.3, and it says, you know, things like landscape features, traffic calming, accel, decel are not changing the street width, and so they don't trigger that. 250 feet of street reconstruction is not, it does not trigger. So knowing all that, how do we apply that to what we've seen here? And I think it's pretty simple, really. The reconstruction is no question, because you clearly are moving that curb in, aren't you? And I'm really glad we saw the photo simulations. That was enormously helpful to me. And I spent some time, the staff was really kind and spent some time with me today going over that. Because again, design matters. And that's what I said at the beginning, and that's what I'm saying now. In looking at the retrofit, really what you have, and I think what's significant and what I really looked at today, is that you've got new curbs. They're new curbs inside of, or outside of, if you want to look at it that way. Have you got one there? Yep, the curb on the right is a curb. So I think you have to measure from the inside edge of that curb on the right to the inside edge of whatever curb's over on the other side of the street. That's a different width than the curbs that we have now, and it would apply. In addition to that, you are basically replacing the street underneath that amenity zone, and I didn't fully understand that until I looked at it today. Let's remember we have those little box planters. Those are placed on the street. You're not reconstructing the street. I understand that a lot of people either liked or didn't like that. Not my task here. My only task was, did those planters change the street width from flow line to flow line? No. You could put conceivably a larger planter. You could put small trees in it, as long as you're kind of landing it on the street with a forklift, not building a new inside curb, and the water's still going along the existing curb. You have not changed the flow line. I get it that you've changed a lot of things in the street, and people may like that or not, and you may do that or not, but it isn't subject to the street width designation. But here, as I looked at these photo simulations today, there's a new curb being built, and the amenity zones are really permanent ones. They are not ones that you move with a forklift or even a front end loader. You're really tearing up the street and building it into the street. Those trees, I assume, are growing down into the street. So to me, that doesn't, you can't use the traffic calming devices, landscape features to make that not a street width change. Let me make one final point, and I'm done, and that is that to the extent you had a number of those kinds of landscape features that were really just bump outs along and not the kind of rather lengthy reconstruction, some of them much longer than 250 feet along this design. What you'd have would be a bunch of things kind of like the traffic calming device. If you go west on 32nd, just before the high school, on the right-hand side, there's one of those features, and we have them elsewhere in the city. I don't think that's changing the street width. Yes, I agree that the flow line bends in slightly there, but it's a traffic calming device that I think is fairly within the scope of that code section that interprets the charter. You could have a lot of those, but they wouldn't amount to the retrofit. It'd be sort of retrofit really light, if you were going to go there. The retrofit as designed is really a designed feature that is built into the street and has a new curb. And until I saw the photo simulations today, I didn't fully understand that they're not things like it's a really big wooden planter. You could put a really big wooden planter, and yeah, that'd block a lot of things, but it would not change. It would not trigger street width designation. People might hate it or like it for lots of other reasons. I get it that this is important, and that's why I said at the beginning, design's really, really important, and it's not like you can say, well, street width always applies or never applies. And as usual, when you get into the middle here, it's a little more subjective, and you have to look at design, and that's what I did to come to that conclusion. As you adjust that design, one direction or the other, you adjust it into full reconstruction, you're definitely doing it, you know. You adjust it away from there, and you've got maybe a lot of traffic calming devices and some landscape, but you really haven't, you know, you're not building a continuous new curb, then you're not going to trigger it. And I'd like to say that the charter, you know, gives you real guideposts, but no, you have to look at designs like this and make a reasoned judgment based upon kind of the analysis I've gone through, and that's sort of where I ended up. Sorry for taking so long, but there was sort of no other way to give you your answer without also giving the context, you know, for it. It may trigger other questions, but that's what I can tell you for today.
Everybody clear on that? Good.
Thank you, Jerry.
Other questions or discussion? Ms. Hoppy, or Mrs. Hoppy, Councilmember Hoppy.
You know, we spent a lot of time engaging the community in the process and going through the whole Create Your 38. There was community engagement prior to that too. And in the community engagement process, what came out of the main part of what most people participated in was that they wanted 3 lanes. And that they wanted safe and walkable and gathering spaces. And then you look at, there was a vote to not move the curb and gutter, and so then you have those people, and so you throw that in the mix. And then you have the business people who want, less construction time. And then you have the people that don't want to spend a whole lot of money, but are saying, I want a main street, how can you get it to me cheaper? How can you get it to me faster? And so with all of this and with the knowledge of knowing that, you know, we could do the retrofit and put the thresholds over there to make them available, I support a retrofit because of the the less construction time, the smaller price tag, and I feel like it puts the patchwork quilt that is our community kind of together. So it puts the 3 lanes and then plus also doesn't move the curb and gutter. And so I was just kind of want to have a conversation about what the rest of you think about that.
Mr. Matthews.
I've been doing some research on this the last few days, and I've got some questions as far as engineering feasibility for the 3-lane issue. At the business meetings, Mark, you had mentioned that we were already up around 19,000 cars per day average daily volume. And I did some research online, and according to, you see some different numbers around, but some sources in 2006 suggested a maximum average daily traffic of between 15,000 and 17,000 vehicles per day in order to go to a road diet. You go to other sources and they do raise that number up to 20,000, but what they're telling you is before you do that, you better make sure that you've made provisions for traffic on parallel roadways, because you're going to start having a spillover, and then you're going to start shoving people off to other roadways. And I want to point out too that in the original streetscape design manual and the process, it said we weren't going to hit 19,000 cars until after 2035, and we're already there. So that was one of the design considerations I'd like to bring up tonight, that they're starting to say over 17,000 vehicles per day. You're starting to get into kind of gray area, iffy ground. Another issue that they brought up that I noticed is adequate merging. and that you need adequate merging distances at each end of your three-lane design. And I take a little exception to one of the statements you made at the business meeting, in that when we go to two-lane left turn on Wadsworth, that it wouldn't affect any traffic flow on 38th Avenue. And I take exception to that because right now with a single lane left turn lane, it's like ramp metering. If you got 20 cars in the queue, but only 20 can get around, or 10 can get around, it's like ramp metering onto the freeway. You slow traffic down the amount of cars that come on at one time so that you don't disrupt the flow of traffic. But with a two-lane left turn lane, even if you don't increase the number of cars, you've got 10 in each lane, now you've got 20 cars per cycle coming in, and then trying to merge in what's already kind of a pinch spot there, right, by Safeway and the church there, where people are already getting congested. And they say if you don't take care of that adequate merging, you're going to have a real accident problem in that place. And design-wise, one of the third things I found was they said three-lane options don't work well if you have mass transit on the street. And because every time the mass transit stops, everybody behind them stops. So if you're going to go that way, then you have to start designing for bus pullouts at every stop, every traffic stop down the road. Third point, as far as this for average daily traffic, as I-70 starts to continue to clobber up and get more and more slowed down and confined, people are going to start driving on 38th again. I mean, for a while when I-70 opened up, everyone drove on that because it was so nice and open, but it's not that way anymore. Today, I had to take my daughter out to the airport. Well, I drove 38th to get past where all the congestion is on I-70, because you try to get on I-70 at Kipling, forget it. It's stop and go, even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we have to face the reality that we're already, with current traffic flows, pushing the limits on a three-lane street configuration, and it's going to do nothing but get worse.
Thank you. Someone else? Do we have anything? Mr. Urban?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess looking at the Create Your 30th process, I appreciate everybody who participated in that process, and I think that obviously we had a tremendous turnout to that process. As we look at the results and the product of that process, the product of that process looks very similar to what was considered previously relative to possible street widths and number of lanes. That notwithstanding, I think it's important to consider some of the feedback and input that has been provided by some of the business owners and property owners on 30th Avenue, and to consider some very distinct and different alternatives to the current proposal, so that if this is presented to the voters, that the voters have an A or B choice, so that we're not stuck back in a similar situation that we were in 2014 when 2B failed. We were sort of stuck in a quagmire as to what to do next. And I think the greatest failure of 2B was it didn't give us a finality to the decision. And I think moving forward, we need to consider, how does this decision get made in such a way that we decide one way or the other how to completely move forward. And so to that end, I think it's important to come up with a very specific alternative to a three-lane design, so that if this were put to the voters, that the voters would have that option to choose either between a 3 or a 4-lane design. I have several drafts of some designs that have been presented to various business and property owners on 38th based on the meetings that were had last week, and those designs do present a compromise that is based on looking at some of the considerations that were in the Create Your 30th process, and take some of the values and the safety considerations and the economics that were considered in the Create Your 30th process, but then considers those designs and those values and develops alternatives based on that input. And so I'd like to pass those out to give everybody an opportunity to look at those. So I have obviously two different types of proposals. One is for the 60-foot right-of-way, and one is for the 72-foot right-of-way. And the basic premise on the 60-foot right-of-way is that the current Create Your 38th proposal has a 36-foot street width. This proposal, I think, has a 40-foot street width. The current street width on the 60-foot right-of-way, I think, is at 40 feet. And so this proposal allows for a median between the current 44 and the proposed 36 and a middle of the road at 40 feet. And hopefully everybody can pass around the different options. Yeah, there's two different options. And these designs are designed to be responsive of the product that came out of the Create Your 38th process. It's not to denigrate or to ignore or to not consider the product of the Create Your 38th process, but rather to consider a contrasting consideration so that when we go to the voters, that we end up with a decision being made, that we either go with option A or option B, and that we're not left with sort of a situation where we don't know where we're going next come November, if in the situation we come back to the same question with the same price tag and end up with the same answer. I don't want to end up in that situation. And so this is a compromise that is being presented, and these proposals have been in some ways designed so that nobody gets what they want, as other people have said, but it does give some options to consider so that we're not, again, left in a situation where we're stuck back and dealing with this for another year. Because this has a more widened footprint, it may be less expensive than the other options. The retrofit process may be applied to this particular proposal. It does adhere to the corridor plan because it does offer at least between the sidewalks and the amenity zones a 10-foot path, 10-foot wide sidewalk area. It presents a safe and balanced access across various modes of transportation. It doesn't preclude us from any future growth opportunities. And again, it may be presented as an either-or choice to the voters in November. And so, like for any thoughts or questions or concerns about this?
Ms. Duran.
First, I'd like to say just thank you to city staff and Create Your 38 team that put together the meetings for the last 4 months, and then all the citizens that took place in participating with that. I am listening to what they have to say, and I want to thank the citizens and the business owners too, who took the time to attend the meetings on Thursday, and all the citizens that come to the city council meetings and the study sessions and share their thoughts and their concerns with us. I am listening to those. Zach, I want to thank you for this. It would be really easy for me. I guess the easy part, it'd be really easy just to kind of go with the flow and go with the majority, but I've listened to our citizens and business owners for quite a long time regarding the 4 lanes. Some of the things that were mentioned tonight with the citizens that spoke were values, safety, community, compromise, economic success, transparency, along with amenity zones, wider sidewalks, slower traffic. And those are things that I haven't just heard here tonight, but I've heard with my constituents in District 1 and all over the city. They all want the same thing. I think these 2 options here is a compromise for everyone. You've got the amenity zones, the sidewalks. You still have the 4 lanes of traffic flow that the businesses need for their business, their livelihood. And this is something that I'm really supportive of in giving the option to the voters out there. I mean, you've got a reconstruction, you have a retrofit, throwing a Plan C in there for them, I think is a plus, and let them make that decision. Let's see. All I want to say is at this point, I would really like us to come together and really look at the overall picture here. We've been going through this for quite a while. We've gone through 2B, we've gone through the Create Your 38th, we've gone through surveys, we've gone through all sorts of community meetings, and I really think we need to get this done. We need to be the leaders, as was brought up by different speakers tonight, and really look at these two designs here that Zach has presented and really give our citizens a choice. I think that's the right and fair thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Davis?
So, I want to thank everybody in the process. I think it's probably been said enough, but thank you. From those who participated to those who helped create it. So thank you. I think it goes without saying that this is going to go to a ballot, period. It's going to. And, I do think, I think one of the bigger issues is, similar to what Zach has brought up, is that if something fails, then where do you go? Because that's kind of where we were in the last one, because people say, well, why didn't it go back to 4 lanes? It didn't pass. Well, it didn't, one could imply that, but it's not necessarily that wasn't the vote. And I think from listening to folks, even tonight and even previously, there was a gal, I wish I remember her name, but a gal that got on the dais and said, I'm not against the 3 lanes. I just wasn't sure that 9 million, I wanted to spend the 9 million. So again, I know there's folks who say they voted, but they voted against it, but it's like, some voted against the 9 million, some voted against the 3 lanes, we don't know. But I do think that as a part of the process, it does need to be well-defined. I think it needs to have a cost to it. I think it needs to have, what it's going to look like. The alternative, I'm not sure, how, I don't know if you could vote a one or the other in a vote. I've never, I'm used to a ballot vote that's a yes or no. So, I don't know what that looks like,
History on that.
Yeah, but, and I will say from these designs, I mean, and again, I'm not a planner, city planner and stuff, but by looking at some of these, I would say these would probably run more in the 9 million, I'm guessing, because you're changing the side of the sidewalk. It's 7 and 6 feet, whereas our current sidewalk's 5. So, I mean, that is kind of, when we look at our, the 3 options presented tonight, that is in the bigger dollar amount design. I don't think it's in the retro. I think you're talking the 9 million, which is either not here nor there. I think if people want this, they'll pay the 9 million, or whatever it might be. But, I think it's, it goes without saying that it's going to go to a vote, because the other thing that we're going to have to talk about is how to fund it. But I just think that, my thoughts are, I do want a finality to this. I want to be done with it, to move forward. I want for Wheat Ridge to knock one out of the park one of these days and not have this kind of goofy planners in the middle of the street and we're trying to dress up a street kind of thing. So, I think there's a question of the vote thing, and I guess I want to get that out right now, that none of us, I think all of us know it's going to a vote.
I'm going to take Mr. Fitzgerald.
I think it is time to draw this to a close. We've been working on this for years, and it is true that it's been a drag on all of us because of the strongly held opinions on both sides. I'm not really sure how a vote would work in this case, because in my experience, it would have to be 2 issues. And there's the possibility that both could fail or both could pass, and then we're nowhere. And what if they both fail, and then is this totally dead, and all the 1,000 people who participated, are we honoring their participation in this? I think we're not honoring their participation in this if we create a situation in which we're stymied, we don't move forward. And that's the next thing. Even if one passed and one failed, there would be no money involved, because they would have different costs. Staff would have to come up with 2 different costs, and no funding process will have been identified. So we're stopped again because we have to then go through a time period where we wait for a new election and we ask for new money. I just don't. I think we have to focus now on choosing one of the available options and the funding mechanism that might cause. But I don't think we can accept new ideas now. And while I'm talking about that, I'm not the smartest guy on the block, but I don't really see very much different here in these proposals than the ones that were rejected by the Create Your 38 participants. So anyway, bottom line, I think we have to make a choice here tonight and go to a vote.
Ms. Wooden?
In this picture up here, is that, how wide is the sidewalk and how wide is the amenity zone? It's 8 and 6.
So in this picture, the sidewalk's 5 feet wide still, because it's existing.
It's still 5
Yes.
and 6 for
Yeah.
amenity.
And then in this location, because our street's a little psychotic, it varies a lot in a lot of ways. At this particular location, we could be, if we leave the 3 lanes in the middle at the widths that were shown in the corridor plan with 11-foot center turn lane and 2 10-foot lanes on the outside, curb gutter and that kind of thing, we end up with about a 6.5 foot amenity zone at this location. Farther east, the amenity zone will shrink. Farther west, it'll get wider, and then suddenly we can add parking, and so it shrinks back down again. So it changes a lot as we go along.
6, but the sidewalks are 8?
This sidewalk's 5 feet, and
5,
the
but
retrofit, the sidewalk's 5 foot.
Okay.
Because we don't change the existing sidewalk except to fix ADA issues in the locations we need to.
Okay. Okay, I'd echo a lot of other people that we are the 6th city council to talk about this, the 6th. So we didn't invent this issue. We didn't invent 38th Avenue Main Street. This has been going on for years. And not only are we tired of it, but a lot of citizens are too. They want it settled. They want something to move ahead, and they want something to move forward. My concern with these 2 proposals are that, if I remember the numbers correctly, 33 tables at the Create Your 38 process came up with the 3-lane option, with the top 8 being a 3-lane options. And both of these one is 4 and one is 5. And so it's a 4-lane option, and then this one is a 4-lane with the center turn lane.
It's on the same street. There's 2 different parts of
Right,
38,
right.
different right-of-way.
But they're both the 4 lanes.
This is all one, there's not 2 proposals. It's all one proposal.
Okay. Different sections. And so this isn't what the majority of people in the Create Your 38 said they wanted. And when I heard the comments earlier and from the emails I received, people talk about safety and they talk about the amenity zones. So the amenity zones have shrunk to less than half here.
No, they're 4
So
feet.
3 feet, and that's 6, and then 4. But the speed of the traffic is still a huge, huge issue for safety. And that's talking about walkers, strollers, wheelchairs, how are people going to get around, that kind of thing. So that's my concern with this, is that this is not what the majority of people in the Create Your 38 process said they wanted. And when you say you want to offer different options to voters, I understand that. When we asked for the Create Your 38 process, or when we as council said back to staff, okay, we want to go through this process again, even though this has been going on for years, we said we want to go back again. Postcards were mailed to everyone was invited to these meetings, and what the result of the meetings was the 3 lanes. And so I don't know if this is listening to the result of Create Your 38. And that's my concern on that. And then my concern is what everybody else has. How do you put this in front of voters? And how do you make it clear? And how do you not let the message get convoluted? Because we heard not only at the Create Your 38 meetings, but at other public meetings, that they didn't understand. Because we had somebody come up here tonight and say, why are we here? Why is it not back to 4 lanes? When the 2B was about changing the street width only. And so that confusion has reigned And people are also, and I agree, people are saying, I didn't like the design, I didn't like the price tag, I didn't like this, I didn't like that. So to blanketly say to be lost because X, whatever your X is kind of misleading because we don't really know why 2B failed.
Hold on, Mr. Matthews, let me see. Is there someone else who hasn't spoke yet that wishes to? You want to wait?
Okay, well, I'd like to address just that specific subject that Councilwoman Wooten just was talking about as far as the vote. We had a vote in 2014 in November, and we keep saying, A, that it was just to narrow the street. Well, why were we narrowing the street? It wasn't to make 5 lanes out there. It wasn't to make 4.5 lanes out there. It was to make 3 lanes. But the impression that vote doesn't count anymore just drives me crazy, because right now we're saying, well, 1,000 people voted on Create Your 38. We have to respect their wishes. 7,800 people voted no on 2B, and yet we think, well, that doesn't count. Everyone wants to just throw their wishes out. And we do have some definition on what the people were voting on in 2014. Because in 2015, we did a survey. Now, I've been watching all of the past study sessions from 2014 and 2015 and going over all in just been hours, listening to what was going on. And the consensus was that the people didn't want 3 lanes at the time. I'm not sure how we got back here. But if you don't want to take my word for it, you don't want to take the vote's word for it, in 2015 we had a survey. And it said, developing a pedestrian-friendly 2 or 3 lane roadway and providing additional housing options were less of a priority for residents. Over 1/3 of residents deemed both these features to be not at all important. Residents rated the importance of several features of the 38th Avenue area. Just over half residents felt that the developing commercial retail and encouraging, incentivizing private sector was essential, but about half of residents felt it was important to maintain 4 to 5 lanes throughout most of the area. That's a very specific question. Elsewhere in the survey, 1/3, at least, residents were most opposed to the cost of the project, that's a given, followed by the reduction of lanes. They were opposed to the reduction of lanes, and we clarified that in the 2015 survey. And so if we have to worry about honoring the Create Your 38, which was important, and I don't want to minimize the people that came out and participated, how can we minimize a 58% vote of the people in an official election and say that their opinion is worthless? I just don't understand that mindset. And we have clarification through the survey that people want to maintain, the majority of the people want 4 lanes. And I think Zach's proposal gives us a compromise. We get amenity zones, we get wider sidewalks, and we still, the people that wanted 4 lanes get to maintain a flow of traffic through there. And I don't know, I just mentioned, and maybe Mark's got to talk about this, but the 3-lane options, we're already at or past capacity for a 3-lane option on our street, and it's going to get nothing but worse. A lot of people in that same survey said that the ease of traffic flow in this town has gone bad, and they're rating that, giving us bad ratings because you can't get around town. And we're going to try and constrict the street in half and start building high-rise apartments next to there and increase by some factor the amount of traffic that's already there. To me, it just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. And I understand you're trying to refer back to the 2014 vote. Ms. Hoppy, or are you ready? Ms. Hoppy, Mrs. Hoppy, or Councilmember Hoppy. I'll get it.
I mean, that what you just said is why I feel like the retrofit is the best way to go, because I feel like that it puts all of those pieces in the mixing bowl of what do we do for our community. We have this piece of our community that wants this. We have this piece of our community that wants that. And so that's why I feel like the retrofit does the best job of representing everybody in the community. I don't think going back to 5 lanes necessarily represents what our community was hoping for out of this process. I also agree that should not have any holes in it. It should be a complete ballot question, and it should be whole, so there are no holes. So it should say what it looks like. You know, it should say something like 3 lanes, art, you know, public amenity zones, or, you know, landscape features. And it should say it'll be done by what I think should be a sunsetting sales tax, and it should be 100%. So then if it goes or doesn't go, there's no question of what people were guessing on, like with 2B. It's all semantics. Whoever it says it can say what they want about the curbs. It was about moving the curbs. And so somebody can say, I didn't vote for it because it was too much money. Well, there wasn't money on there, you know? And so regardless of who's saying it, it's semantics. So that's why I think the retrofit option is the best way to go, so.
Patrick, may I ask a question? Is it possible to put the vote out, and as well as the statement that someone has made as to how it should be worded, additionally, some sort of statement as to what would happen if the vote didn't pass or didn't pass, because you'd be voting to create an occurrence.
Sure.
But would that be possible?
Yeah, you can put language in that says, yeah, if this passes, this is exactly what you're getting. If it doesn't, this is what you're getting.
What will happen?
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Great. All right, that helps. Mr. Pond.
I'll start backwards then. I also support a complete question. I want to be really clear on that. I think this should be on the ballot. I think it should be a complete and definitive question that yields actionable answers. So 100% with Zach on that, as well as Janice in terms of what she just said. I guess where I would go a little bit differently, and of course I've seen these now for 5 minutes, so I can't speak eloquently on this proposed design. I thank you, Zach, for bringing it. In my mind, this is a complete reconstruction. It is. It resets the curbs because it has to, because we don't have 10 feet or 9 feet to play with in these areas. So this is a complete reconstruction at 4 lanes. I tend to agree with some of the comments that have come up that essentially a complete reconstruction at 4 lanes was not widely supported in the recent process. I will, I agree that there was the previous process in the 2014 election, and to that end, I think that if there could be a reversion clause in the ballot language, essentially that went back to the previous, roadway, and perhaps stated that a streetscape manual or right-of-way acquisition could be used, and it wouldn't preclude that. So you can certainly use what is already up here. I mean, essentially, you can, if you're not going to move the curbs or you're not going to do anything, you can always buy or force development through the streetscape manual to put these places on the ground behind the right-of-way, not in front of it, which is what this is. To that extent, and I think for some other things that have been commented on, I think for right now the retrofit option is a very reasonable one. Like any of these things, I don't think, and just like was brought up a number of times, I think there's a lot of compromises here, and no one's getting everything that they want. The retrofit option perhaps has the ability to hit a number of options that have been discussed and have been brought forward tonight, including things like lower overall cost, flexibility in the logistics and execution of the design. I think it also allows us, with some of the things that we discussed, to look at different options to create accessibility on these areas. I think you can also couple it with acquisition models, which is to say that you still could, even in a retrofit model, you still could go down, up and down the corridor and talk to business owners, property owners about acquisition to see if you couldn't, in a phased option, look at acquisition that might enhance some of the things that aren't in the retrofit model but are in the full retrofit. So to that extent, I think there's some good reasons to support the retrofit option. And I would say that absolutely, and this is repeating myself and I apologize, but I'll repeat some other people. I think everyone is in agreement that we need to move forward. And I think to move forward, we have to have a definitive question and a definitive answer. So that's, I think that's great. I think I'm 100% for that. If we could have a complete question posing very clearly, including street width designation, if that has to be in it, then we put it in it, and we put the cost, and we put the sunset, and we put the what it is and what it's not, the 3 lanes, everything. Put it all in, and include in that, I think, the reversion option, which is essentially that it reverts back to its previous road section and road operation, which is 4 lanes or 5. And so, I mean, and we move on.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Urban.
Thank you. To that point, I just want to make it clear that by presenting these alternatives, they are designed in direct contrast to some of the designs that came out of the Create Your 30th process on purpose, because the Create Your 30th process developed a certain type of product. And that product is not inoculated from input and feedback simply because it was designed by residents. It doesn't somehow become impervious to criticism and feedback just because it was developed by citizens. And I appreciate the input that was provided, but it needs to be understood that coming from that perspective of developing a 3-lane design and looking at what some of the property owners and business owners stated at those Thursday meetings, was that if we could look at a street width that in these proposals that I provided, narrow the street width. And so it's plausible that there could be a street width protest, but from my conversations, there would not be a street width protest under the designs that I proposed, because the property owners would be willing to consider this type of proposal because it's a compromise, and the sidewalks and everything else that's considered in these proposals are things that it may cost in the upper part of that range. But again, I'm not sure what the cost might be for this proposal. But I would really like to see an either or an A or B choice made here, so that people have that option, as opposed to going back to this. I don't think anybody wants to go back to, and maybe some people do, go back to that pre-road diet configuration of just restriping and leaving it alone completely. I want to see a revitalized Main Street. I want to see a downtown for 38th, and I think we've heard that from a variety of people, and I think that this proposal, or the Create Your 30th proposal, gets us to that in a safe and economically feasible way, but it has to be in such a way that it's either A or it's B. But to just present A and not give them another choice leaves the opportunity for people to say no, and then we're back in the same position again.
I'd like to respond, if that's okay.
Okay.
I totally understand what you're saying. And I do think there should be an A or B, but my B is going back to square one. I don't believe, and I won't support, an A that is, a $9 million full reconstruction for 3 lanes, and a B that is $9 million for a full reconstruction 4 lanes. I think that we've done too much work, that actually is not, that's not we have work to do here, and I don't think that putting out an A or B at that magnitude is the right thing, nor do I think so I don't support that. So that's all I'm saying. I actually do think there should be an A and B. but a little bit of what's what this is framing up and some of the cost estimate is that the A can be a compromised, less expensive, phased approach to getting this space, and that the B is we should stop this effort and we should go back.
Ms. Duran.
I do support a complete question, ballot question, cost, configuration, everything. But what I'd like to ask is, why can't we consider this? Why does it have to be A or nothing at all? I mean, this is a result of thousands of citizens who wanted a 4-lane configuration. And I'm not disregarding the Create Your 38 process. I supported that. I was involved in it. But I'd like to know why we can't consider this. Why can't we just say, nope, we're not going to think about it. We're not going to deal with it. Here's your choice. Give me a good answer, because right now I don't support just offering a retrofit plan and saying this is all you have. I just don't.
That's fine. How would we consider this?
I'm asking you, why can't we? And if we do,
how do we do? I'm not saying we can't. I'm asking you how you do
Councilman
it.
Fitzgerald just said that we can't and we shouldn't consider this. So explain to me why we cannot. Maybe Larry, anybody.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly what I said. What I said
Well, then explain to me what you said and meant.
Yeah. Well, I said actually there were two sort of genres of what I said. One thing I said was that I do not perceive a substantial philosophical difference here from the plans that were rejected in the Create Your 38 process. Secondly, both of these end up with a fast traffic street, which is one of the things that we were trying to avoid. We want to slow down traffic, make it quieter. We want to make it people-friendly. This does not do that. The other thing I said was, from a practical point of view, I don't really see how we do this, how this goes to the ballot, because I think we all agree that we're going to go to a ballot at some point on this. And when we go to that ballot, we have to have a complete package ready for a yes or no. And so I can't see rejecting the efforts of the 1,000 people who went to the Create Your 38. Right. And they chose a 3-lane plan. For me, we have 4 options for us. 2 of them to me are not even, I would not vote for. That's the do nothing, and the other one is the design manual option. So those 2 really I don't like. The other 2, my preference would be the complete rebuild. But I'm willing to make a compromise for people who are worried about the money being spent. I guess I'm getting off track here. What I really want to say is I don't see how this proposal would work in a ballot question, because this is nothing that we have discussed in the entire Create Your 38 process. These plans were rejected already. Well, we are having a discussion, but I'm saying I would like to honor the work of the people who took their time and came out to the Create Your 38. And I would like to end up with a proposal on the ballot that is understandable and complete for the citizens, because I think, I just don't see this as working, and I don't see this as any change from the way we first started with this years ago.
Well, I mean, I agree with a complete ballot question. I just feel that I don't want to dismiss the 1,000 that put their time and effort into coming up with their street plan design, which was design A. It wasn't the retrofit plan. It was plan A. I was there for that vote. So all I'm asking is, we listen to them, and we give the other citizens an option too, and this would be another option.
Here again, if you have two questions on the ballot, what if they both pass or what if they both fail? And how much money is going to be
Can we
involved?
be quiet in the background, please?
Ballot options? Sure. I've been actually spending my time productively writing kind of not optional questions so much as the structures for questions. And I've a number of times for other clients done questions that are that have conditions upon them, and other things have to happen even if the ballot measure passes for the question to be effective. In other contexts, I've done sales tax questions in a kind of a coordinated situation in a county. You got a county and 3 municipalities. They've all got to pass a certain kind of increase. So none of the increases pass unless they all do. And there's ways you can articulate that. As translated to here, there's a number of ways to approach it. If this is whether or not it's also a sales tax question, if it's a sales tax increase question, then it's a Tabor question, and that's fine. So you would write it something like, shall taxes be increased by X amount, with or without a sunset, which you can plug in. Such tax increase not to be effective unless and until, shall be increased by X amount of dollars for X amount of time if there's a sunset. The proceeds to be used for Y design. And you describe that once you've figured out which design. Big task for you, not me. But for it to be used for Y design, such approval, and if approved, such approval not to be effective unless and until a final street width approval is obtained under Charter Section 5.20 that allows for the council to designate the street. If the ballot measure, let's say, that allows for the following outcomes. If the ballot measure passes, then you still have to get the street width approved. If there is no protest, you don't do it by 3/4. If there is, but there's no petition, you don't go to election. But nevertheless, you've got a final approval under the charter of a street width. If you go to election, you do, and then that has to pass. But if all of those kind of dominoes fall, then the approval of either the funding for or just the construction of that option is effective. If none of those things, if any one of those legs falls out, and you can keep adding legs, in terms of conditions on the effectiveness of the ballot question passing. Even if it does pass, it's not effective because these other things also have to happen. If all or none of them, if one of them doesn't happen, depending upon how you structure it, then the fact that ballot measure passed still doesn't get you there. And so hopefully that's helpful. I think.
But how do we deal with two plans?
One saying
Right.
Option A or B.
Yeah. The way you could do that, and that's like the third page here, you'd have to run two questions. The questions would have to say, shall option A be constructed? And shall the effectiveness of this question passing, shall this question not be effective, and shall that plan not happen unless and until option B, whatever it is, which is on the same ballot, fails. And you'd have option B says exactly the same thing, only you reverse the A and B. So, one of them has to pass and the other one has to fail. For the one that passes, have to be okay. If they both fail, that's easy. If they both pass, neither one of them is effective because the passage of each one is dependent upon the failure of the other. You can do that. The trick, of course, is explaining to the electorate, here's what yes means, here's what no means. Honestly, when you have Tabor questions now that run to more than a full page before you get to yes, the question mark and the yes or no, I think the voters are getting pretty good that, and there would have to be a lot of explanation out there in the public arena explaining how that worked, but you can do that. So that's two different approaches. One where you have a single design that depends upon funding and depends upon the approval, ultimate approval of a street width, and the other where you have two different proposals for street width and funding that are dependent upon the failure of the competing proposal. And you can do that. It's kind of like drawing this kind of like diagramming a sentence back when people used to do that.
So what I hear, though, is that although it's possible to do, it would result in this long, complicated process in which you had two questions, and then you had funding for two questions, and then you had street width. And in my humble opinion, that is getting so complicated that they would both fail, in which case, where would we be? We would be nowhere.
Councilwoman Davis.
So can we not put, we cannot put it all in one question? I mean, I know we can't put the new designs that were presented today and the other design in one question, but you can't put something like, shall the city of Wheat Ridge, create a main street, making it, changing the curb and gutter to this amount, which would create 5-foot sidewalks, an amenity zone, and it's going to cost, 0.25 of a cent for the next 5 years. That can't be like all one question.
Yes, that
So
can
then
all
they
be
can
in one
say-
question. You can say yes or no.
Okay.
What you can't do in a single question is say, shall we do this or this?
No, I agree.
'Cause that's
No,
not
I
a yes,
agree
no
on that.
question.
But it's not like we have to say, shall we change the street width, 3 lanes, yes or no? Shall we
No, no.
pay for that, yes
you-
or no?
You can put
Shall
it,
we do the curb and
you
gutter?
can put it all
Yes
in
or
the
no?
same question, but let me make a point about the street width designation. Let's remember that if a street width designation has to go to election, that election is just in the council districts where that street is. It's the way the charter, it's the way it is. And so what you would, if it requires a street width designation, I think the best way to say it would be, shall we do a option, this described option, if you're going to go with just one option, there's the 2-option idea that I talked about. But if you're going to go with one option, you say, shall this project be built with this kind of funding and this kind of sunset on the funding, conditioned upon a final approval of the street width for that segment under Charter Section 5.20. And then depending upon how long or short that approval is, that approval process is, you're done. The point is that if you run that question and it passes, then you still have to get the street width approved for that. I'm assuming, and now I've left the law and entered your arena of politics, which is you sort of assume that if it passes handily, then there's not objection to the street width designation that underlies that. It could still fail, and that's just the way, and there's no way around Charter 5.20 and the potential of an election under that. You can't escape it if you're actually moving curbs, as we talked about before. So you can put it all in one question in the way I just described.
So my recollection, though, at the 2B, we did put that out to the entire, all 4 districts. Why couldn't we do something similar?
You could, but let me make a distinction. 2B was a referred question that said, shall we do this? But on a referred question, that's technically not binding, but it's a question that the council is able to just put out, and on referred questions, you can't put a referred question just to districts, because that's not your right under the referral law. The assumption, I think, was, gee, if that referred question goes out there and is approved, then we'll proceed with the street width designation process, and yeah, there's some risk that the people in those 2 districts might oppose it, but we'll see. But obviously, the question failed, you never got to that. So here, if you don't need a tax funding source and it's not a Tabor question, you could do the same kind of referral question that was done under 2B, but it would still have to be dependent upon the street width either being referred to in it, or you'd kind of trust that if you get the approval on this referred question, you take a chance on the street width. I'm not sure I would do that. I think I'd signal to people, and that's your call, not mine, but I'd signal to people, look, if you vote for this, it still is dependent upon getting a final approval on the street width.
I think this probably would be a Tabor question, though. So
Yeah, I think you've kind of already answered that question. If it's Tabor, you just, it's a well-defined format for that. Shall Wheat Ridge taxes be increased by X dollars? It has to start that way. For this purpose, conditioned upon, not to be effective unless and until, refer to the street width process. That's how you do one option.
Okay.
And yeah, I suppose you could do the competing option, Tabor question, street width, et cetera, for, option B, and you could have this language, none of this happens if option B, is also approved. It only happens if option B is defeated. That does get complicated, I get it, but, I think the main discussion is what you want to put in front of people. Then I can do the little roadmap and show you in words, because it's a little hard here just to embrace it. I can show you in words how you can say that. So you really have two questions here. One is, from a policy standpoint, what sorts of things do you want to ask about? And then I can write them up, and you can say, do we like how this is sort of formatted, and this is going to be too complicated or not? I would say that that's almost something you don't have to figure out tonight. But what I've told you is there are options, and there are kind of ways to structure it, and I've done it in other jurisdictions for other purposes.
I think what we've learned is that anything can be done. What I'm hearing, though, is that you all want it as simple as can be so that the voter understands it, so that it's not a no because it's too complicated. And yet it still has to hold everything, including the possibility or the reality that there will be a street with designation has to be made down the road a piece, no matter which way that first one comes down, okay? I want to say something while I'm having an opportunity to speak here. I'm hearing too much ignoring, not too much, but the Create Your 38th process. This council, I'm not sure if, but council decided that that would be a way that they could understand the needs and wants of the people. And I'm big on that. 8,000 letters went out to our citizens. There were letters went out at the schools, the Friday night packages. We had signs out. What I'm saying is that we had great response from our citizens. So their wishes at this point cannot be forgotten as what they voted for, how they came to their conclusions, because I don't want to turn my back on that and have to defend that we're not doing. We gave you this effort. You met us, and I want to follow what you said you wanted us to do. All right. I'm trying to think who I had first, and I think it was Ms. Duran.
I would hope that we could come up with some sort of ballot language that is not like a choose your own adventure book, and hopefully something that's not extremely confusing, because I think that then just adds back to the issue that we had with, with 2B of, people were confused. It just, comes right down to, you can't be very clear if we don't have clear language. I'd also like to say is that I was at both of those business and property owner meetings also, and there are several business and property owners that were there that didn't speak up, that support 3 lanes. And so I just want to make sure that that's also said. I don't know, I would say the room was pretty close to half and half, and so I can't, I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there for them because they're not here.
Ms. Duran.
Thank you. First, I want to reinforce that I'm not dismissing the 1,000 that participated in the Create Your 38 process, but I also don't want to dismiss our other citizens out there who have put us here and elected us here. So I'm not going to turn my back and dismiss them either. What I wanted to ask you, Mr. Dahl, was just so I can understand, if there is a single ballot question, whether it's A, B, C, D, E, or F, at the end of that question, is it possible to state in there, if this ballot question does not pass, then 38th Avenue will go back, not just go back to what it was. I would want it to be precise. Go back to the configuration of 4 lanes, or configuration is something we could discuss, but I would want to be precise on that verbiage so that there is no misunderstanding if that ballot question failed, to the public, to staff, or to anyone on council, that the citizens want those 4 lanes back. Is it possible to do something like that?
I think that's tough because it's sort of the same thing as the, do you want to do this or this, say yes or no. It's a little different and it's more subtle, and I get it that you almost could come to the conclusion that a no means effectively a positive other thing, but I almost think you'd have to run a separate question saying that. And the reason I say that is, if you have a no vote, it's really difficult to say that no vote is a mandate to do anything, a positive thing. You know, I mean, the way election questions have to be is that there's one outcome, you know, from a positive vote, and a no vote means no action. And I'm really trying hard to figure out a way to do it. And, you know, I've tried to, everything I've heard around the table, I keep adding to this kind of draft question I got going here. That one's tough to do. I think you'd have to do it in the same way I described earlier, where you have 2 questions, you know, and they're dependent upon each other.
I'm just trying to avoid another
Understand.
2B where we're sitting here now, 2 years
Yeah.
later, still having a discussion.
And that's appreciated.
That's hard to do because you're asking, do you want to do this or this in one question? And you can't do that, and there's been case law where people have tried that.
But Jerry, could you do, you could do do you want to, you know, blah, 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 and then could you say, if it does not pass, then this, like, it's not, yeah, like, but not, it's not necessarily like a this or this, pick A or pick B. It's just like a reversion clause that would say, or even just use the word, it will revert to. I mean, could you say, use revert?
And could you say something like the 2011 configuration, or, you know, something to that effect? I know a lot of people won't know what
I think what you're trying to do, though, is still say, is it this thing, or if you say no, it's going to be that thing. And that's 2 questions. And I appreciate the creativity. You know, let me at least tell you, it might be helpful to give you the structure of a single question, just so you sort of see how it hooks together. And I'm not pushing it, but, you know, you've talked about it enough. Let me tell you how those things get organized. It'd be something like shall, because if it's Tabor, shall Wheat Ridge taxes be increased by blank dollars by an increase of blank cents in the current sales tax rate, the proceeds of which shall be restricted to expenditures for, and you plug in the description of the option, such increase not to be effective, remember, we were going to do that, unless and until final approval of a street width designation for 38th Avenue between X location and Y location of, and you plug in the widths, et cetera. You know, there's something like that was in 2B. Pursuant to section 5.2 of the Wheat Ridge Home Rule Charter, if you want to do a sunset, this is where you stick that in. Such tax increase to cease when blank dollars has been raised, or on blank 20X for a date, whichever first occurs, so that you know you have a sunset. Then you add the classic Tabor language, proceeds of that tax and any increase or investment income to be retained and expended as a voter-approved increase, revenue change under the Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution, and then you have it. So what you've said, shall this design be funded with a tax that's sunsetted, but only if you get final approval. So if this would pass, then the next thing I assume council would do the street width designation hearing, as it's required to do, and wait and see if you got a protest, in which case it's 6 votes, and wait and see if you got a petition, in which case it's an election. But by the time you went through all those steps, however far they went, and you had a final approval of the width, then you would have the funding, you'd have the conditions, and you'd have the description of the project, you'd have the sunset, but that's a single option. It's trickier, but you would have the same kind of question, and then this little kicker at the end saying, none of this is effective unless the companion question fails. You know? Well, I'm talking about one question, and then if you go with, to make it simple, Mr. Urban's idea of you know, do you choose between? The way to choose between is you have the same question, but each one of them has the, hey, among other things that make this ineffective, is the approval of the other question. It can only be effective if the other question fails. And you can do that.
There's only the other question if there's the protests, the signatures, and those.
He's talking
types
about
of-
another option.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
talking,
that question.
what I'm doing is articulating what the two major things I've heard, which is part of council saying, if we just agree on a alternative, how does that get written up? I've just told you how that happens. The other thing I'm hearing from other council members is we want to be able to give two choices so that when we're done, we can choose between them. To do that, you just take this long question I described and replicate it with a different project, and then hook them up together so that if you know one has to fail for the other to pass, yeah,
So
or
it's
for
possible.
put it this way, for a passage on the other one to be effective. That's how you actually take a winning ballot question and say it won, but it still isn't effective because these conditions didn't take place.
But it is possible to have two ballot questions.
Yeah, yeah.
Different.
But I'm still confused. If there's a choice question in terms of the design, then you suggested that we handle the street width issue
That goes to
proactively.
That goes to council and has to be approved by a supermajority.
That goes to council anyhow. If the question is, wait a minute, Dahl, you said that you couldn't ask an either or in a single question, and that's absolutely right. The only way to kind of get there is how I described, which is you have two questions. And you have this little phrase at the end that says, look, a victory in this question is not good unless there's a defeat in the other. If they both say yes, then effectively they've both said no. You know, and the voters might have a little trouble wrapping their heads around that, but you know, in the end, what you end up doing, I'm sure, in lobbying, is you say, depending on what side of the fence you're on, say yes to question one, say no to question two, and or the reverse, depending on how you lobby it.
Too, though, let's say if one of them passes, the street width still has to be designated.
Yes,
So that comes
and that's
back,
like a condition in both of them.
and that comes back to city council. It has
Yeah.
to be approved by a supermajority, but then there's still also a protest option by
So
citizens.
that way, you're right. If
Not necessarily the case.
No, if they get signatures, it can be put on the ballot.
Right, but if they don't get signatures, then we go through.
And I think, as Mr. Dahl said, if it passed overwhelmingly, you'd probably think, well, people maybe accepted it and they're not going to protest it. But
So it's not 2 election cycles. It's one
Potentially.
election cycle.
Potentially not, yeah. And the way I would write it would be that street width approval condition on the effectiveness of the ballot question, funding the thing and saying yes to a design, is articulated final approval under Charter Section 5.20. And you may have to go the whole route or only part of the way under, 5.20 requires only 3 steps. You have a hearing where you approve it. That might have to go to a supermajority vote, but it's all in that same hearing. And you might be done. Or there might be a valid petition, in which case you go to election. But I don't think you need to mention a street width designation election in this other question. You just say final approval under 5.20. However far that goes is how far it goes. And if you never get final approval, then an approval of the ballot question goes away.
Madam Mayor.
I think Ms. Wooden.
So hypothetically, if it does go to the street width designation ballot issue, when does that occur, and is that a special election?
Yes, typically it's a special election, although we coordinate it. So it all depends upon the calendar, but you could, the Tabor questions have to be November
Okay.
anyhow.
Okay.
So, and the backup time for a Tabor election is pretty lengthy. So you'd probably know ahead of, you'd have a choice. You could conceivably set up and tee up the street width election for that same election, but you don't know if you're going to election yet, right? Because you don't have a petition. You're not in charge of that. So you'd have to.
60-day notice.
Yeah.
Charter requires 60-day notice.
60-day notice,
for a special
yeah,
election.
for a special election. You know, if you got really clever, I suppose you get a calendar out and figure out when exactly do we drop the charter question in front of council, which then sets the time period for a potential election on street width. And you do that in a really carefully coordinated way so that if you have to do that election, you have the chance to be able to plug it in at the same election as that your Tabor question is getting set for. And that requires me to have like a calendar and a computer in front of me, and I will not do that sitting here because I'd be wrong. But maybe you could make that happen. It would be easier to do the Tabor question first and then initiate your street width process, which may or may not result in.
Tabor question would be first. It would be this November.
It'd be first, yes.
Yeah.
And then initiate the street width process, which may or may not require an election.
If
after
it
that.
comes forward, which we don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm inclined to say if the Tabor question doesn't pass, it's kind of pointless to do that.
Right, right.
You know.
Okay. And then I have a couple more questions. So in the plan that Mr. Urban has here, since our citizens said speed of traffic and safety was one of their major concerns, and when they talked about values, safety was one of their major concerns, I'm just curious how this plan, I don't know if in your opinion or in the opinion of the people that set up this plan, how you feel that 47 average mile-an-hour traffic addresses the safety issue, and I'm just curious about that.
I'll address that straight away. The plan as presented in both the 72-foot right-of-way and the 60-foot right-of-way present 10-foot lanes in the majority of the travel lanes, with the center turn lane having a 12-foot lane. So within the 10-foot lane, it would be difficult to travel at 47 miles an hour, which is a traffic calming effort to have a 10-foot lane. So that would be a way to reduce speed in that area. And then as well, the 4-foot amenity zone in both areas, whether it's be the 3 or the 4-foot area, that does provide a buffer between the traffic and the 6-foot sidewalk. So that again is providing a level of safety to the pedestrians in the area. So I think that the safety is a top priority. And to that point, I think that the concept of safety is used in selling a car too. Everybody wants safety. I don't think I think that's sort of a given across the board. Everybody wants a safe street. I don't think you would find a group of citizens out there wanting some kind of derby rally out there by any means. I think everybody wants a safe street, and this does provide a safe street, and 38th has been a safe street since Wheat Ridge was a city. But this is a compromise. This isn't 12-foot lanes. This isn't I-70. This gives us some sort of happy medium between what was a busy thoroughfare, and we can talk about miles per hour. We can talk about speed limits and what the traffic engineers suggest and what that might be. But there was something else I wanted to bring up, but does that answer your question?
Yes, and I guess I'm a little unclear. Are you proposing that this be the question?
That what?
Are you proposing a 4-lane question only?
No, so to go back to the point about the street width, is that I think that if it's just one question with a 3-lane design, the question of a protest on street width is pretty likely that we will get a protest on street width. If we have a question of should we go with a 3-lane design or should we go with a 4-lane design, so it's a A or B choice, then the likelihood of a street width protest is less likely because there is that option out there. And so it's sort of an insurance policy to have these A and B options against street width protests and eliminates that concern for both sides, because both sides have sort of a choice to go with, and both sides are less likely to protest a street width because they're both have an option on the ballot to be considered. But if it's one or the other, by no means am I suggesting there should only be a 4-lane option on the ballot by any means. It should be considering both, and that's why I'm thankful and supportive of people who participated in the Create Your 38th process. And just like any other process we have in the city, once a product has been devised out of that process, it deserves to be vetted, it deserves to be critiqued, it deserves to receive feedback from the stakeholders who had the most impact and the most involvement in its implementation and its daily use, and that's the property and business owners on 38th. And in talking with some of them, not all of them, that they do feel that there is some validity to this 4-lane design. Not all of them, some like the 3-lane design. That's why I think we should have a question that considers either option A or option B. But if we just go with one, that's going to...
I guess I respectfully disagree that we think that the protest won't come forward versus one or the other. I think given the contentious issue that we have before us, that either one absolutely could trigger a protest. So I would disagree that we're even lessening our chance of that. I think we're probably looking at it either way.
It didn't happen last time, though. In 2B, we called the protest did not happen because we referred it to a citywide vote.
Right.
And
Right.
that could have very well happened, and there was nothing precluding
It could
anybody.
it could happen again. And I guess just listening to Mr. Dahl and the explanation he's giving to us, right now I'm leaning against two questions because it is very confusing, and it's if this happens, then this happens, and then if this happens, then this happens, and then this could happen down the road. I guess just thinking about it right now, I feel that 2 ballot questions are going to be confusing to voters, and I don't imply by any means that the voters do not understand it. I'm saying it's confusing when you're going to have a ballot question or election this fall that's going to have not only our city's information on it, but probably something from the school board, something from healthcare, and these are going to be long things, and as you know, we're at the very end, and so.
But how is that somehow going to benefit the question as you...
I'm just saying, I think it's going to be a long ballot, and right now I'm leaning against the 2.
Are we ready for a consensus? Because I think we're sort of going back and forth here.
I'd like to reinforce some thoughts I had before that were brought up again, and I've been waiting.
We're discussing information with each other, and I think we're all trying to learn and grow from it. How does council feel? As though are we far enough along? Do we need more information? Is there an opportunity for consensus here, or you want more discussion?
I would like to try to find a consensus to move forward with the retrofit option is what I would like to try to find consensus for, and to also try to move forward on it having a complete ballot question with the sunsetting sales tax in it. And I think that I would also like us to move forward with talking to the different property owners about curb cut consolidations and how that would look with the retrofit option. I cannot support 5 lanes. I cannot support 5 lanes. And even in this opportunity, Zach, you could have put 4 lanes and on-street parking or something else. And a 3-foot amenity zone, we were told, can't hold a tree. And so I cannot support 5 lanes. And so I would really like to ask if we can get a consensus to the retrofit option. If we don't, we don't. But that's what I would like to ask for.
I'd like more discussion. I don't think this is something that we can just try to push through. I think our citizens we deserve to have more of a discussion. You know what, if the ballot questions are long this year, that's really not a justified reason to kind of dismiss having 2 questions on there. This is important. This is going to be permanent. This is going to be lasting. So I would support having more discussion.
Okay. Is there someone that wants to jump in? Or is there a question that would be helpful? I haven't heard a lot from you, Ms. Councilmember Davis.
It's a shocker. So I'm conflicted on this because as everyone knows, I always say, I just wish we'd knock one out of the park one of these days, knock it out of the park. And I understand the Create Your 38th process. The Create Your 38th process was the 3 lanes, or that was the majority of that group chose the 3 lanes. And I do, I'm conflicted for a couple different reasons. So I think that if we're looking at the process in place, that was the design that the majority of the folks, overwhelming majority of the folks who participated, recommended. I mean, even when the room was packed full of people, that was the overwhelming majority. So I respect that process, and I agree with that process. It's not to say I don't understand the vote that happened in 2014 either. I hear that in my mind too. If I had it my way, I would just have one ballot question because I think it's simpler. I think every time we try to complicate things, it complicates things and then nobody wins, because we end up in a goofy place that people don't know how to vote, so they just voted no on both or whatever. I'm kind of with Mr. Pond, who said, throw it out there. If it goes, it goes. If not, it's going back, kind of thing. But then I kind of go back to where we were in 2011. I was born and raised in Wheat Ridge. 38th Avenue was not a prospering street in 2011. So I don't know that going back to where we were is the exact answer either. Having 2 options, at least I know one of them will at least dress up what is right now the most unsightly street. Not most unsightly, but not very sightly street. I mean, it would give us some revitalization to the street. So I do have mixed feelings because I could understand having the 2 votes because at least one of them will be looking nicer than what it does today. And it's, and to me, then you get back to, it's about the lanes. And that's kind of what this is. Because, it's both going to cost a lot of money. They're both going to cost a lot of money. The way this is, there's all the sidewalks and everything. Now, I am open for more discussion. I don't know that we can solve this tonight. Because, I'd also like to know if these are even, feasible, what it would look like. I don't know that from here. And some of the other details we've gotten with, okay, if we do this, similar to discussions like this, if we do this, this is what it would cost, and we'd have to take so much from property owners or whatever it might be. But I'm mixed. I mean, if I had my brothers, it would be let's do the vote of kind of what Create Your 38th created, let's do it. But then on the flip side, I also don't want it to keep looking like it is for the next 5 years until we come up with another Create Your 38th process and so on and so on.
Can I get in here real quick?
What?
I've been wanting to respond to what Christy just brought up a little bit. I think, if council decides to move forward with a couple different options, which is fine, obviously, I just think we need to make sure that we vet the options a little bit to make sure they're feasible. I don't know if these come directly from some of the citizen drawings that came up, because I just asked Mark real quick, just quickly. No, okay. And I believe there's no gutters in here. I think, I'm not an engineer, but you'd have to have a gutter in there.
Yeah, we typically don't count the gutter section as part of the travel lane because it's at a steeper slope and people don't feel comfortable driving on it. So we typically don't count the curb as part of the amenity zone because it's gray concrete. So there's 2.5 feet on both sides. We've sort of got to add back in somewhere. So that's one thing.
But doesn't mean there's not another option to put out there. Just, we want to make sure that what other option it is, it's feasible, right?
So can you tweak that or I guess put in what needs to be in there?
Well, yeah, if you base it on these, like Mark just said, I think you'd basically have to put 2 feet on each side for a gutter, right? Is that what you just said? So you'd have to find 2 feet on each side. So it'd have to come from the amenity zone or the sidewalk. If you went with this design.
Is there even a measure that we could decide whether we're going to go ahead with some kind of a plan, either the two presented or just the one presented? Is that even a possibility tonight?
Well,
I'll just throw that out there, and then we go in with our discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Well, I would like to make a decision tonight. I think this entire process has been one of sort of going on tangents this way and that way and this way and that way, and I think it's time for a decision. So my preference would be to make a decision. There's just two things I want to say here. One is I have a little thing about this use of the word stakeholder, because the business people on 38th are very important to our community, and they should have a say. But this is a street that is going to be a city center, so the stakeholders are also every single citizen of Wheat Ridge. This is our center, our city center, and it's not just the businessmen on 38th who have a stake in this. It's every one of us has a stake. The other thing I'd like to say is something that somebody else brought up. If Zach's plan is workable and we go ahead with this, that is, of course, we have no hard costs on any of this yet, but this would require street width movement, and it would require either acquisition of property or complete sidewalk rebuilds and so on. In the end, it's going to cost as much as Plan A would cost. So if this is costing as much as Plan A, then we should also consider Plan A. Plan A is the complete rebuild option. So in that case, they're similar. The only difference then becomes the lanes. And about that, I'd like to say I'm really sorry that we are so stuck on this lane issue, because it's the concept, the overall concept that's really important. Whereas what we started out to do, or what our predecessors started out to do, is to create a place where we could walk, ride our bikes, socialize, sit and talk, sit out in open cafes and drink a beer. That's the result we're all going for here. And to focus on lanes, without focusing on the overall concept is sort of failing to look at really what we're trying to do here. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, Mr. Urban.
To that point, there's been no conclusion relative to the costs in these proposals. There's been no costs associated with these. Specifically as it relates to the lanes in these proposals, yes, there are more lanes in these proposals than in the Create Your 38th proposals. And as it relates to the costs, my understanding of the costs associated with any proposal specifically relate to the crown of the road. And as it relates to a narrower road, the crown of the road has to be reconfigured to a greater extent than curbs that are further away. Just as we talk about the retrofit, it's a lesser expense because we don't have to deal with the crown of the road. And it is my expectation or hope that the further the curbs are away from each other, the lesser the cost is in either retrofitting, and I mentioned that in my remarks relative to these plans, is that it's my hope that the plans being presented as an alternative to what is being developed in the Create Your 38th is that in some way these could be looked at through the retrofit process to see if there's any way for these plans to be considered under a retrofit process, and if they can't, that's fine. But I don't necessarily agree that these costs for this particular proposal are equal to or in any way mirror what is proposed for the 3-lane design in the Create Your 38th. That there just hasn't been any determination of that, and that's where we're at with it.
It almost sounds like we're kind of guessing on all the costs and all of it. Do you want to add anything? Whoa, I got hands up all over the place here.
Yeah. Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. I think you all, from having listened to me before I was elected with my 3-minute snippets, and from issues that have come up since November, one of my true beliefs in holding this position is that it's my job to bring the will of the people into this room. And I find it interesting that, when I brought that up a while ago in a couple study sessions, we had a big brouhaha over that. If we want to be technical, the people voted in Create Your 38 for a 3-lane complete rebuild. And now all of a sudden, and I've been hearing about how we can't dishonor, the vote in Create Your 38. But yet I hear several council people saying, oh no, we can't do that. We're going to do a retrofit instead. That's contrary to what the majority of those people in Create Your 38 created. Zach brought this, and I support him, this 4-lane option, not to replace Create Your 38, because we do understand that there's people that are invested in that option. But this was to also satisfy the needs and wants and wishes of the people that want a 4-lane or 5-lane option out there. And to say that 4 lanes doesn't matter, well, you didn't hear one person come up here and say they wanted a 53-foot wide street. They all came up and said, I want 3 lanes or I want 4 lanes. And that is how they look at it, and that's how we have to describe it to them, because they're not engineers. And a 53 versus a 64-foot wide street just doesn't mean anything to them. The number of lanes that are there is important, because that's the perception and that's the reality. And I hope I can say this a little more succinctly this time. We spend good money to do studies and do surveys, and we hire professionals so that it's scientifically correct and accurate. And the reason we do that is because we're trying to poll and find out what the will of the people really is. Well, in less than a year ago, we did a survey, and I'm going to read just one particular question from that survey because I think it speaks to what I've been talking about earlier. Question: how important, if at all, are each of the following features for 38th Avenue between Upton to Marshall? And one of the questions was maintain 4 to 5 lanes throughout most of the area. 72% of the people specifically answered that question and said it was important. I mean, how do we ignore that? We hired people to go out and spent money to get the opinion and the will of the people, and that's the will of the people. Now, I'm very happy and to have a 2-question issue, with the options from Create Your 38, because a lot of people did vote for that, and if the will of the people has changed in the last 16 months, then I will go with that. But this is 72% of the people, and how do we dishonor them that say it's very important to them to have 4 to 5 lanes? And that's more or less going back to the 2011. That's not saying that they don't want to do a streetscape behind the 4 lanes. Nobody is saying no to that. We haven't even discussed what that will cost and what the future ramifications are of that. But the street width has to be determined. The main configuration of the street has to be determined before we can even start thinking about what's going to happen behind the curb lines. So I'm all for, and if you want to be technical, because a majority of the people in Create Your 38 said a full reconstruction, I think that's what we should bring forth to them. And if it's the people's initiative, they will vote for it, even if it costs money. It's not us to tell them, no, you guys, you don't know what you're talking about, it's too much money. And we already know by a vote and by a survey that 60 to 70% of the people want a 4 or 5 lane option. So we give them that option. And then majority rules, that's the way our system works. And I will be behind 100% the majority vote of the people, because that's my job. And I don't know how to say that any more succinctly than that anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
The survey is the citizen survey that you're talking about? And Patrick, how many people replied to the citizen survey? Because that does not go to all of the citizens in Wheat Ridge.
No, we send it out to 3,000 usually, and usually we get about 30% response rate. So 1,000, I suppose.
So, okay.
There again, we hire professionals to take a cross-section of people and districts and what have you, so that they can extrapolate with some reasonability that that's the will of the entire population.
I was just trying to clarify that when you kept saying 70% of the people said this in the survey, it's 70% of the people who took the survey, not 70% of the entire population.
Yeah, that's what I
of
said,
Wheat
the
Ridge.
answer to the question. Thank you.
And to clarify, the whole thing that I'm trying to come to is that it's not just listening to one person on this side or just one person on this side. It's about bringing it together, and I think I called it like the patchwork quilt of our community earlier, and that's really how the quilts are made. You have one piece that's blue and one that's yellow and it all comes together to make one big beautiful thing. And so that's why I think the retrofit is the way to go. Not because I don't want to say thank you to everyone who did create your 38, and thank you for everyone who went all the way through to the end. I absolutely agree that that we should hear your voice, but that the majority of the people who were looking at pieces of the Create Your 38 was the lanes and the amenity zones and the safety and the bike lanes, yes or no. And so that's why I think the retrofit piece works for our community. It's not, nobody gets exactly what they want, but it's trying to pull together what I hear mostly from the majority of the community, all the different little pieces. So.
Is the retrofit offer more possibilities to going back to 4 lanes? Is that a thought about it? Mark? What I'm asking is that part of the reason that I believe I'm hearing that there's some reason to put in a retrofit or use that is because that down the road a piece, it's easier to shift back to 4 lanes if that's desirable. Is that something that's part of this discussion? Because I'd like to ask how that works. Is that possible, or is it just as expensive, or what?
Well, if you build the retrofit throughout the corridor and then at some point in the future want to go back to 4 lanes, you better rip all that stuff out. So that would not be cheap. It would not be cheap if the retrofit's done to return to 4 and 5 lanes.
That's what I wanted to know. Mr. Pond.
Well, for a minute, just to stay on, I want to bring up something that we were talking about before, which is trying to find clarity in the question and the answer. And I think in hearing some of the things as we've batted around one question with the reversion or 2 questions, etc. The reality is, I think, regardless of anything we do, we're going to have, we open ourselves to uncertainty. If you have 2 questions and they both pass, you have uncertainty. If you have 2 questions and they both fail, we don't have a third option. If we have 1 question, we can't put a reversion in it. We don't have an additional option. Any question or set of questions right now that as I understand it, that we put out there has the possibility of creating some uncertainty. Unless someone's thinking of it differently, I think we should just be honest about that, right? I mean, we could put 10 questions on and they could all fail, and we would have an 11th problem. So, I think that needs to be accepted. That we cannot create certainty. Am I missing something?
No, I think it's possible that you won't get a mandate, depending upon how you set it up. If everything goes down, or as they say, sometimes if everything passes, the way you structure it, in part, trying to kind of encompass all the choices so that then the outcome is a definitive answer, in trying to do more with the questions there's no question, you increase your chances of not getting a mandate. And that's, the way it is.
So let me I'll make a contrary point to my partner, Councilmember Fitzgerald, and say perhaps we don't have to come out of tonight with a finality exactly know what we're going to do. Clearly I don't think prepared to sit here and write a ballot question tonight. So that being said, I want to kind of come back to the consensus that Janice suggested and elaborate on a little bit more and see if we can't get someplace. But I do support looking at a complete question that is a retrofit question. I mean, which is to say that I think that that's worth looking at and continuing to understand what that means, what the cost is, what the question is, how it would be formed, etc. At the same time, I'm at least, although I don't know that I'm a proponent of two questions, and I'm not necessarily a proponent of the alternative of solution. However, I think in the same time that we go down the steps of understanding what perhaps a retrofit ballot question looks like, that these can have one layer of vetting added upon them, which is to say, hey, since these were presented in the meeting, let's take a look. Let's have staff take a look at them. Let's clean them up in terms of it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. There's 2.5 feet on either side that has to be figured out. How do you figure that out? And in both cases, we can come back as we need to do some business over the next few weeks and extend our conversation on this, including taking a deeper dive legally into what some of the forms of the questions could be, and then we can come back and I think have a discussion about, okay, is there a second option? Do we want two questions? Do we not want two questions? Or are we okay with the form of the question? So I guess my consensus, and I want Ms. Javi to clarify it and finish it for me, but is that to say, let's say that we're going to look at the retrofit option and flesh out that as a direction and as a question. I think you mentioned some other points that I heard, but I'll bring them up just in case. I think there's some questions about some of the traffic counts and things. We probably need a report out from staff about that. Mr. Matthews has brought that up tonight. Someone during public comment brought that up, and I believe we've talked about it. So I think getting a refresh on the metrics of the street so that we're having that right now in real time would be beneficial. And I'll stop there, Janice, because I think you had some other things. But then to add into it is directing staff to take a look at these. Yeah.
Yeah, so I will ask for a consensus to flesh out the details moving forward on looking at a retrofit ballot question. I would like to ask consensus for Zach's presentation to get a once-over. And then I would also... No, I mean, I can't support 5 lanes, but, this is that's his proposal. It's one whole street.
It's just one street with two, it's just our road section changes between 60 and 72. So
the 5 lanes is in front of the school and Right Coast Pizza and... Yeah.
Wait, I'm not clear on it.
I'd also like to see if we can come to consensus on it being a sunsetting sales tax to afford it and for it to not go over 1/2 cent. I personally prefer 1/4 cent. And then also to come to consensus for staff to work with the property owners on discussions about access points, consolidation of curb cuts, where there are like actual possibilities to work with the property owners to change the landscape of our street while we're looking at that.
Can you simplify those into
Yeah, that's-
one section each?
Oh,
just
sure.
go through each
Okay, so
section?
I'll start with a consensus to move forward at looking at the retrofit option as our ballot question and fleshing that out more.
One thing?
Yeah.
And I think one of the thoughts for at least myself on the retrofit was not necessarily to go back to what Mr. Matthews was saying. If the people are saying, do the full meal deal type of thing, and why are you doing the retrofit? I think a lot of that rationale was because we've also heard the people also say that's a lot of money for that section of street. So I think it was a happy medium to why the retrofit versus the full change. And I think a lot of it is, some of us are thinking from that aspect. We've heard people say 9 million is a lot for those streets. So I'm just kind of adding to that.
We're doing two separate
So that
consensus,
we're doing
correct?
several.
Wait.
Several. Yeah.
Wait, we also need to know what the cost of the, what did you call it, the fill-in metal?
Threshold.
Chases.
Chase, that's an odd name.
That'd be part of the flushing out, yeah.
All right.
We'll look at
Yeah,
that.
including also the amphitheater.
Yes.
So my second consensus that I'm asking for.
We got it. Wait, can I get a show of
Yeah.
hands again?
What were the numbers on that vote?
Not a vote.
The consensus, can you guys re-consensus on the first one, re-consensus, so that we have a number count?
All right.
One question, please, is, since we've already gone this way, should we not flesh out all three options? The full 3-lane rebuild, the retrofit, and then the 4 or 5-lane deal, and look at all of them, since a lot of the people wanted the full 3-lane build?
Well, that's not her her consensus question, so.
My next consensus question is, can we get a consensus to move forward with doing the once-over on Zach's design as presented tonight? My next consensus is, can we...
Madam Mayor, could you say what numbers those are?
Sorry, Janelle.
Is there anything else you want to add to that?
What is it, Janelle, you need the numbers?
I can't see. I can't see who's all raising their hands.
Can we re-raise our hands for that consensus
your hands for
question?
the-
Paul, hi.
And that was the consensus
two.
for.
Flush out Zach's
1,
options.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 6 to 2?
7-1.
Okay.
My next one is, I'd like to ask for consensus that we use a sales tax ballot measure with a sunset to not go more than half of a penny to afford whatever design moves forward. It's an
We've got
8-0.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on that one.
It's
6.
Wait,
8.
we got 8 on that one.
Yes. And then my next consensus question was, can we come to a consensus to ask staff to continue conversations with property owners and to look for those conversations to continue to look for things like curb cut consolidations and places where we can further a sidewalk and safety and congruency down the
Would
street.
this be appropriate at this point?
Maybe
Well, I was going to ask for clarification. I mean, yeah, did you want us out there?
like a survey type thing that you guys can do, or
I think that would be kind of
I feel
after.
like regardless of what plan we go with, don't we need to know where everything is and where and who all?
I think we have that information on curb cuts, on what curb cuts we would recommend for, yeah, we already have that.
I think that's the end of my laundry list.
So, okay, I was just going to clarify the consensus, but go ahead.
You would need to do that? And
I
then-
don't need to. I think everybody was clear, huh?
Okay, Mr. Matthews.
Well, I guess I would have to then, because of the Creature 38, the majority of the people wanted a full 3-lane rebuild, I'd have to ask for a consensus on flushing that third option out.
That's fine. Yeah.
Well, that's what we're doing with these, is we're kind of just checking feasibility and making sure they're going to work, and, well, but that wasn't in her consensus to move forward. It was just the retrofit only. And that's where I just want to make sure we're all clear that the Creator 38 technically voted for the full 3-lane rebuild, and should we address that, yes or no, right now, at least as far as for further investigation?
You're really bringing up a different discussion. Yeah, Mr.
He's
Pond.
bringing up a consensus, and here's why I will vote no for it. And that is because right now, actually, largely the work that we're going to do on the retrofit option has more to do with the mechanics of the ballot question and how you would say it than anything. That's what I'm expecting. So in that way, it serves all purposes, including this one, right? Because vetting that out means that you understand the Tabor language, you understand the specificity of design language, you understand the street width designation and how that gets in there. And so that effort actually pulls out a question. So no, I don't feel like if we end up at some point, for whatever reason, going back to a full reconstruct as that's the option, at that point, cost estimating is the only thing that actually needs to be done.
Okay.
And right now, I'm not interested in putting time to that. So that's why I will vote no on that consensus.
That's what I'm trying to figure out for clarification. Is this completely taking the full 3-lane rebuild off the table, or is it not?
No, it's not. It's saying that we want to move forward with the rebuild option. It's not off the table. Why would it be?
Zach's options. Mic's off. Your mic's not on, Joyce. Your mic's not on.
So this goes forward from here. It doesn't mean that anything is really off the table at this point. It just means that this is what we're considering right now. We all agree to that, or you all agree to that. Zach looks like he's confused.
Thank you for just noticing that. It's been a couple of years.
Zach, that was your best.
But we haven't moved forward a consensus on the full reconstruction. It's only moving forward on the retrofit.
Right.
Yes, that's right. But I mean, I'm answering the question very, very literally, which means, am I saying no to the other one? No, I'm not. I'm actually saying yes. I want to look at and more carefully consider the language of a retrofit. That's what I'm interested in doing right now. It doesn't mean that I might, that it doesn't mean anything more than that.
And I just want to make sure that I understand as staff, when you say flush out, and I think George kind of summarized a little bit that, we're looking at what a ballot question would look like for the retrofit, what a ballot question would look like for Zach's options, make sure Zach's options are feasible if it has to be changed, and then both options would potentially look at a sunset sales tax of no more than 0.5 cent to cover the cost. That's what you're looking for. That's what you're expecting.
Yeah, and I think that the differentiator on Zach's option is that the things that really need to be fleshed out really more are like what is it, what isn't it, what works, what doesn't, how much might it cost, et cetera. Again, the form of the ballot question gets handled with the other thing already.
Template,
it'd be a template, because if we end up going with two, they're going to look exactly the same.
Yeah, you just drop in the different project description into the format.
Yes, it's a complete question.
Yep.
So Patrick, when do you think we can get that information?
Well, our next meeting is that we kind of had scheduled for this broader subject is June 6th. Actually, that's our next study session.
Yeah.
So we kind of have that penciled in to continue this discussion, broader discussion of revenues, but this would be part of it. And you have 10 minutes, otherwise you're going to have to vote to extend the meeting.
Oh my gosh. It was having such fun, I didn't realize. I believe it's time.
Ken might have some.
Oh, he's been sitting there all night.
I just had to say something. I've been here for a while.
You've been quiet all night.
There was some discussion when you started to introduce the consensus to amend Janice's regarding the traffic updates. So Mr. Matthews had some questions at the start of the meeting regarding some traffic questions. So would there be a consensus to kind of respond to some of those questions as well?
Yes.
So
Yes.
Yes. 80.
Would some of that response discuss plans for flow of traffic? You know, like in the very beginning, he said that how would we be diverting traffic if we are going to, would some of that be of that nature?
Yeah, I think I'd written down the capacity issue of 19,000. Look at that, those volume projections. The double lefts from WADS, how those function, the bus pullouts, that potential conflict, and then parallel facilities and how they're aren't designed to handle maybe some additional traffic.
Okay, good.